Honourable members, the prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our Queen and to our government, to members of the Legislative Assembly, and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Honourable members, please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. Please be seated.
Introduction of visitors, introduction of guests, ministerial statements, member statements.
The Honourable Member for Cardston-Siksika, the Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and today is a good day for Alberta families. Our government, in partnership with the Government of Canada, announced a $3.8 billion investment in early learning and childcare. Mr. Speaker, the past 3 years have been difficult for Albertans. Faced with an economic recession, the downturn in the price of oil, and the effects of the pandemic, it's been challenging to say the least. However, Albertans are very resilient, and while our economy is once again on the rise, this investment will make life easier for Albertans. First and foremost, childcare will be more affordable for all families. By early next year, families will see their childcare fees reduced by half on average, and by 2026, all families will pay on average $10 per day. This Made in Alberta plan can be the difference between one parent staying at home to care for their children, or continuing to work or returning to school, which in turn jumpstarts our economic recovery. But while important, this agreement is so much more than affordability. As a rural MLA, I know that it is often difficult for those in rural areas to access childcare. Sometimes it's just not available. However, our government made certain that this agreement would create private and non-profit spaces all across Alberta, prioritizing these areas in the greatest need and the programs that parents choose. Areas like Fort McMurray and High Level that not only need more childcare options, but also flexibility in the options that are available currently. Workers in the oil field, healthcare, and our first responders that need childcare outside of standard hours. Families in these and other areas across our province will benefit from our Made in Alberta plan because this plan respects the choices that families make. As this plan is rolled out over the coming weeks, months, and years, our families, communities, and most importantly, our children will all benefit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Whitemud.
Mr. Speaker, today, after months of delay and intense pressure from Albertans, the UCP finally announced they have reached an agreement with the federal government for $10 per day childcare for Albertans. This agreement will make a big difference to Alberta families and the economy, which is why the Alberta NDP have been fighting for it from day one. Yeah. This agreement comes in spite of the clear ideological and political objections of the UCP, because they've never believed in universal affordable childcare. One of the first orders of business of the UCP government was to cancel the $25 per day childcare program that we introduced. If the UCP had really been focused on affordability, they would have expanded it. When she faced criticism, the Minister of Children's Services ignored what operators and the families who participated in this program had to say, refused to meet with any of them, and even clawed back some of their funding, all while reducing funding, quality standards, and supports for the sector as a whole. Then, when presented with an opportunity from the federal government for transformational investment in universal affordable childcare in Alberta, the Minister and the Premier focused on political games, stalling, and posturing. The irony is, if the UCP had shown leadership from day one on childcare and not cancelled the $25 per day program, we would have been further ahead today. Average childcare costs in Alberta are $51 per day. Had the UCP expanded our program, Albertans would already have $25 per day childcare. Back in July, we did the work and put forward a proposal for a deal with the federal government. And let's be clear, the agreement announced today by the UCP is our NDP proposal. The failure of the UCP to commit to universal affordable childcare from the beginning—
Order. The honourable members will know that there is a long tradition inside this assembly of member statements going uninterrupted. If the member would like to restart her member statement, she would be welcome to do so.
Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, after months of delay and intense pressure from Albertans, the UCP finally announced that they have reached an agreement with the federal government for $10 per day childcare. This agreement will make a big difference to Alberta families and the economy, which is why the Alberta NDP have been big supporters of this from day one. This agreement comes in spite of the clear ideological and political objections of the UCP, because they've never believed in universal affordable childcare. One of the first orders of business of the UCP government was to cancel the $25 per day childcare program that we introduced. If the UCP had really been serious about affordability, they would have expanded that program like we intended. When she faced criticism, the Minister of Children's Services ignored what operators and families who participated in that program had to say, refused to meet with any of them, and even clawed back some of their funding, all while reducing funding, quality standards, and supports for the sector as a whole. Then, when presented with an opportunity from the federal government for transformational investment in universal affordable childcare, the Minister and the Premier focused on political games, stalling, and posturing. The irony is that the UCP had shown leadership from day one on childcare and not cancelled the $25 per day program, we would have been further ahead today than we are. Average childcare costs in Alberta are $51 per day. Had the UCP expanded our program as intended, Albertans would already have $25 per day childcare. Back in July this year, we did the work and put forward a proposal for a deal with the federal government. And let's be clear, the agreement announced today by the UCP is exactly our proposal. The failure of the UCP to commit to universal affordable childcare from the beginning has impacted Alberta families, those who work in and operate childcare, Alberta children, and our economy. But Albertans have been relentless and used their voices to demand that a deal be signed. So today, to all of the Albertans who have fought for this day, thank you. This announcement is all due to you. You demanded universal and affordable quality childcare for Alberta families and our economy. You forced this government to change course. Alberta finally has the childcare support we deserve, and the credit belongs to Albertans.
Heck yes.
Order. The honourable member for Livingston-McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. September 1977 was a big deal for me. It's the year I moved across the street from Claresholm Elementary to H.T. Coote School. The beginning of grade 5, a new school and 3 new teachers. I knew, too, the unknown was Mr. David Armstrong. Mr. A, as he is known to his students, was originally from Oklahoma, and that only added to the mystery. Dave's dad, Neil, was a professional football player and then a coach, whose job took him and his family to places like Winnipeg, Houston, Philadelphia, and in 1964 to Edmonton. Mr. A, or Mo to his friends, graduated from the U of A in 1975, moved to Claresholm and began what would be a 31-year teaching career in that community. He wooed his wife Janie from Oklahoma to the subarctic prairies of southern Alberta, where they raised their 2 children, Kaylee Sue and Quade Forrest. Technically a teacher, Mr. A was really and truly a storyteller. For example, he wove our weekly spelling tests into short stories. He read aloud to us from C.S. Lewis and Tolkien in his own captivating way. A friend reminded me recently that because of this, we grew up believing hobbits spoke with slight southern drawls. Mr. A befriended and believed in me, telling a story not just of who I was, but who I could become. Mo and Janie lived on Barley Acres just down the road from my family farm. This proximity allowed us to stay in touch past school days, enjoying visits about football, listening to music, and other various stories. Most of the years I've known him, Mo and his brother Neil were writing a book. As students, we were given early glimpses into the lives of Plukes Plukowski and Nikki Neal. Years of writing and rewriting resulted in The Adventures of Plukes finally being published as a trilogy in 2011. A couple of weeks ago, we learned Plukes was coming to the big screen. Exciting but bittersweet news, as almost 2 years ago, Mo was diagnosed with cancer, and on November 5th, while listening to a special playlist, he passed peacefully, surrounded by his family. Mr. A, on behalf of the 100 lives you've impacted, thank you. And thank you for being part of my story and for letting me call you Mo.
The honourable member for Edmonton Beverly Clareview.
With the arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic and the reduction in face-to-face interactions, we've become even more reliant on technology, which has resulted in a global tech boom. Jurisdictions around the world are seeing record levels of tech investment. And while we've seen some of this investment come to Alberta, it's in spite of the UCP government, not because of them. While the UCP tries to take credit for everyone else's work, the credit for this investment goes to the hardworking tech entrepreneurs who have grown the ecosystem over the past several years. Upon coming into office, the UCP declared economic diversification a luxury and cut support for the tech sector. They replaced it with a corporate tax cut that does nothing for startups. In fact, a recent report showed that the UCP's cutting of the interactive digital media tax credit means Alberta's missing out on investment and jobs. And out of the investments that have been announced, not one has mentioned the UCP's corporate tax cut. Instead, they've all mentioned access to talent. While Alberta has a young and talented workforce, the UCP has gutted the post-secondary institutions that provide the talent pipelines that these companies will rely on now and into the future. So while the UCP focuses on things that do nothing to attract tech investment, they've cut the very things that the tech companies are asking for. As a result, we're actually losing ground compared to other jurisdictions in Canada. As they smash previous investment records, Alberta struggles to keep pace. If we want to attract long-term investment and create jobs in the tech sector, we need to bring back supports like the investor tax credit and the interactive digital media tax credit while creating an Alberta venture fund. And we need to invest in post-secondaries, not cut them by $700 million. The tech sector is vital to Alberta's future, it's vital to job creation, and there are real solutions being put forward by Alberta's NDP official opposition that I encourage the government to review and consider implementing themselves.
The honourable member for Airdrie East has a statement to make.
Mr. Speaker, our communities need a policing model that keeps the well-being of our communities at a top priority. Recommendation number 14 of the Fair Deal panel suggests creating an Alberta Police Service to replace the RCMP. Our government is committed to the safety and security of all Albertans. Following these recommendations, Alberta's government hired PricewaterhouseCoopers Canada in October of 2020 to study the feasibility of replacing the RCMP in Alberta with a provincial police service. This report explores the operational needs, processes, and potential transition costs, and it puts forward a provincial model to put more frontline personnel in communities across Alberta, all at a total cost equal to or lower than the total cost of the current RCMP police model. The proposed model presents an innovative approach to service delivery and governance that can better address the root causes of crime, and it also highlights built-in partnerships with mental health and addiction personnel. This report also offers to establish a provincial police commission and commissions at the local level to increase the accountability of the system. A vital element of this plan is an enhancement of community policing with an increased emphasis on local recruiting and retention. This model focuses on working with Albertans and for the well-being and safety of communities across our province. This is about the right police model for the safety of all Albertans. And I want to thank and honor the men and women serving our community. I look forward to providing them with a system and an employer that can provide more accountability. Our heroes in blue are also Albertans that deserve a fair deal, and I believe this is a step in the right direction.
The honourable member for Lethbridge West.
Alberta women's economic security, our jobs and earnings have taken a massive hit during COVID. This is in no small part due to the ideological blinders worn by a UCP cabinet whose view of women is a throwback to the era of the horse and buggy. Let's start with how the UCP cabinet belittled women looking for affordable childcare. The UCP shut down a program that capped fees at $25 a day. That program employed people, mostly women, in the childcare sector and meant that middle-income families would have a little help with their bills. It meant women didn't have to choose between using their entire take-home pay for the second mortgage that is the monthly childcare bill, and on the other hand, taking a few years out of the workforce, which hurts their overall earnings power for their entire lives. Without the voices of Alberta women, there would be no childcare deal with the federal government. The economic and social benefits of gender equality are not only not a priority, they're in fact antithetical to the UCP Cabinet's view of the male breadwinner structure of the economy. Indeed, Alberta women are the last to benefit from the federal childcare money because of the UCP Cabinet's priority on little political tantrums rather than helping families with the bottom line. The UCP as a party were the first in line for Ottawa's federal COVID benefits for their staff, but women are last in Canada to get Ottawa's help with childcare. Now, it's not just the social conservatives who hold views offside of the Alberta mainstream. The jobs minister told the media that women were coming back into the workforce after they took some time off during COVID. Took some time off. Allow me to correct the minister by speaking directly to Alberta women. To the women of Alberta who've had to leave the workforce because of a lack of childcare, who had their jobs disrupted to the lack of paid sick leave, whose lives and work were turned upside down because of the pandemic mismanagement of the government, and children were sent home from school again and again, who had to shutter their businesses because the UCP failed time and again to take action to fight the pandemic. To Alberta women, your NDP MLAs recognize and respect your contribution to our economy, our health, and our future as a province.
The honourable member for Vermilion Lloydminster Wainwright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, 7.9 people inhabit the planet. Of these, 1.3 billion have no electricity. A further 3 billion have inadequate supply. If a goal was established to provide the world's poor with as much access to energy as the average Canadian, and why wouldn't that be a goal, the world energy production would need to quadruple. The challenge then is, what sources should this energy come from, and what should be those sources' characteristics? A legitimate test of any selected energy source should include these characteristics: ethical, abundant, reliable, scalable, and affordable. Conspicuously, affordability receives the least focus. It is indisputable that affordable energy is essential for a good standard of living. However, many are engaged in doing all they can to make energy unaffordable. Carbon taxes are a case in point. Carbon taxes have demonstrably failed to reduce consumption. All they've proven to do is drive up the cost. This outcome impacts the poor disproportionately. Moreover, this futile tax enables renewable energy to appear more financially viable versus fossil fuels. If you regard carbon dioxide as a pollutant, which will, if unchecked, destroy the planet in 10 years, you will be inclined to champion energy sources that emit zero carbon dioxide. You will also, based on your initial prejudice, afford less consideration to the other characteristics. Alternatively, if you believe carbon dioxide is essential for life on Earth, you will concern yourself less about its marginal increase in the atmosphere. This perspective enables you to concentrate on all the test characteristics. I'm in the latter camp. My preference is that we compare all sources available, paying particular attention to any distortion created by subsidies and other artificial costs. This is precisely what I will be doing over the coming months. It is vital that we produce affordable energy for all. Nobody can pretend to care about the poor when they embrace policies that drive up energy costs.
The honourable member for St. Albert.
In an auditorium filled with hundreds of uniformed firefighters, EMT, police, and armed forces, St. Albert firefighter Warren Hillier was lovingly remembered this past Friday. Warren Hillier died by suicide on November 6th. Warren's wife, Michelle, bravely shared some of her husband's struggles. Default to open is how she described her eulogy, and it was that. It was an unfiltered look into how destructive and deadly post-traumatic stress disorder and critical incident stress are. Following 3 tours with the Canadian Armed Forces, Warren joined the St. Albert Integrated Fire and EMS. Soon after, Warren married his wife, and they had a son, Hudson. Michelle described her husband's battle with an illness he contracted at work, followed by acute withdrawal, isolation, depression, and then abuse. Death by suicide of first responders is a national tragedy. Imagine the uncertainty of going to work prepared to deal with what will most certainly be the worst day of someone's life, day after day after day. Death, injury, fear, panic, pain, loss are the daily traumatic realities of first responders. Imagine for a moment what it must be like to smell burning insulation or feel intense heat through protective gear, the sounds of fire, or the eeriness of black, dense smoke. We can't really know the daily trauma and stress first responders run towards, but we can know that traumatic injuries to mental health are as deadly as the cancers caused in the line of duty. Default to open. Alberta is not doing enough to support the mental health of first responders. Alberta's NDP put forward some ideas to help. We have legislation before this House to ensure presumptive WCB coverage for first responders. We've called for 5 mental health sessions for every Albertan as part of universal health care coverage. These ideas are merely a start. We also commit to listening and to learning from tragedies like this. I want to extend my deepest condolences to the Hillier family and the entire St. Albert first responder community. It's time for us to be there for these heroes, like they're there for us.
Yeah.
Honourable members, the time is 1:50 and it is oral question period. And the Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition has the call.
15,000. Mr. Speaker, that's how many Albertans had their surgeries cancelled because of this fourth wave. One made worse by UCP inaction and ineptitude. A failure worthy of censure, I think. Today, more Albertans than ever are waiting in pain, waiting for hope. To date, this government has not presented a plan for rescheduling their surgeries, and there is no timeline for returning surgical capacity. So to the Premier, do you have a plan to get these surgeries back on track? If so, where is it? And if not, when can we actually expect to see something more than vague generalities?
The Honourable Minister of Health has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for that very important question. Mr. Speaker, first off, I want to state that I feel for all the patients and the families who've had their surgeries postponed to enable us to deal with the fourth wave. And I also want to thank all of the healthcare workers who have done such a tremendous job in stepping up, not only to continue as many surgeries as possible, Mr. Speaker, but to deal with those who are suffering from COVID. Mr. Speaker, as I announced a number of weeks ago, 15,000 surgeries, unfortunately, were postponed. That number continues to rise, but I will, on the next answer, talk about the plan going forward.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if you want to see the consequence of this government's failure to act this summer, open the paper and read about Sharon Durham. After surgery to remove the cancer behind her eye, she was to undergo another surgery to rehabilitate her nose, but that will never happen now. Instead, she will wear prosthetics for the rest of her life when she finally gets her surgery. Right now, Albertans are waiting for everything from hysterectomies to heart surgeries. Can the Premier please tell these Albertans when they will get their operations? When will we see a plan? We need details. Albertans deserve details.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated several weeks ago, we are working with AHS in terms of developing a detailed plan. But, Mr. Speaker, we are not out of the woods yet. Even though I see the measures that our government have put in place has enabled the number of cases to come down, hospitalizations are continuing to decline, so are ICU. But however, even as of today, looks like we're just going to be dropping below 100 ICU COVID cases. But, Mr. Speaker, our ICU capacity is still 130% above normal, and we are moving those resources in to catch up on surgeries as we speak.
Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in addition to the disastrous handling of the fourth wave this summer, this government has spent almost all of its mandate attacking frontline healthcare. A war on doctors, threats to fire 11,000 workers, chaotic privatization efforts, and a pandemic mismanagement by ministers more concerned about vacations than vaccinations. It's gotten so bad the number of Albertans reportedly seeking surgery in the U.S. has doubled. Why doesn't this government stop attacking healthcare, start investing for the future, and once again give Albertans a plan for how they're going to fix the disaster they've created?
Yes. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we fully support our healthcare workers. And again, I want to thank our healthcare workers for tremendous work, not only maintaining surgeries as much as possible through this challenging time, but be able to provide supports to Albertans. Mr. Speaker, as I announced previously, I am pleased to say that, to inform this House that in terms of cancer surgeries, we're up to 100%. We are performing about, 2 weeks ago, we were performing roughly 2/3 of all surgeries, and we continue to increase that amount. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to coming into the House and actually releasing to all Albertans in the coming weeks of our plan not only to get to 100%, but to exceed 100%.
The Leader of the Opposition for a second set of questions.
Well, we've been looking forward to it for a while. Now, as cases rose in August, parents asked this government to protect their kids in school. Instead, these folks over there canceled contact tracing in schools, then went on vacation. Mr. Speaker, according to FOIP documents, their best summer ever started with firing 1,400 contact tracers without a care for students. And that's why, by the end of September, there were more than 700 schools with alerts or outbreaks. Why did the Premier think firing the people tracing cases in schools just as cases were going up was a good idea?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, in terms of contract tracing, AHS has been doing this diligently. And since January 9th, 2021 of this year, we've been contacting and investigating all COVID-19 cases they receive each and every day. They're reaching out to cases, Mr. Speaker, within 24 hours of receiving confirmation of their positive test results. And Mr. Speaker, and this is an extremely important point, throughout all of this, Mr. Speaker, including the fourth wave, there's been no backlog in case investigation and contact tracing since the second wave. Mr. Speaker, we are continuing to provide support for Albertans of this, and Mr. Speaker, including in schools.
The Leader of the Opposition.
There can't be a backlog if you cancel it, Mr. Speaker, really. You know, the data from Alberta Health is clear. Since the school year started, the most new COVID infections per capita are happening among those 19 and younger. Yet, the member for Calgary Southeast is peddling the same old misinformation that kids can't get sick and can't experience severe symptoms. On top of that, he is co-chairing the Child Wellness Panel. Really, Mr. Speaker, will the Premier roll back protections for children in school like this member asked, or if not, will he remove him from his Child Wellness Panel?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we're put in measures to be able to support all Albertans. The REP has been incredibly successful in terms of getting down the spread. Daily cases are continuing to drop, hospitalizations continue to drop, ICUs count continues to drop. We put in, the REP also had the added benefit of increasing vaccination. 88%, Mr. Speaker, we're just underneath that for first dose, 82% for second dose. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to make sure we have the measures in place to support all Albertans, including our children and including in schools.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after 4 waves, one would think these guys would have learned something. Now, in Europe, they're seeing troubling signs of a 5th wave. One, experts say, is driven mainly by 2 things: relatively low vaccination rates, similar to what we have right now in Alberta, and the lack of vaccines for children. These trends are worrisome and would suggest we may still be vulnerable right here at home. Public education is therefore critical. So will the Premier stand and condemn the dangerous misinformation peddled by the member for Calgary South East?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, our government supports all Albertans. Mr. Speaker, one of the mandates that I have been given is to increase vaccinations, and Mr. Speaker, that has largely been successful. Since September, we have increased over by 10 points for first doses, more than that for second doses, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to support Albertans. We know that the best way through the 4th wave and to protect Albertans against future waves is through vaccinations. We will continue to support that and increase vaccinations. And, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to saying more when we have the vaccinations for ages 5 to 11 are
The Honourable Member for Calgary McCall is next.
Mr. Speaker, hundreds dead, tens of thousands sick, and 15,000 critical surgeries cancelled and counting. The devastating effect of the 4th wave of the COVID-19 will be felt forever, and it was all preventable. But the Premier went on vacation and left no one in charge during the worst public health crisis we have ever faced. Today, I will bring a motion to formally censure the Premier to this House. The Premier has dismissed it. Will anyone in the government rise and urge the Premier to take this motion seriously?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, as we've said many times in this House, and we've acknowledged that the move to manage the COVID as an endemic back in July, Mr. Speaker, was frankly too soon. But, Mr. Speaker, we responded to the fourth wave. We responded by putting measures such as the RAP and taking other measures. And, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated in my earlier answers, these measures are working. Daily cases are down. Hospitalizations are down. The ICU cases are down, Mr. Speaker. Now, we're not out of the woods yet, Mr. Speaker. We are continuing to focus on increasing our vaccination rates, and so we can protect Albertans and protect each other.
Member for Calgary-McCall.
The Minister of Finance is second in command, the Government House Leader is third, the Minister of Energy is fourth. Yet the Premier either left none of them in charge or is not upfront to the House about who was actually responsible for the devastating fourth wave. All three of those ministers have constituents they represent, constituents who lost loved ones, have their surgeries cancelled, and are dealing with the long-term health effects caused by the COVID-19. Will any of those ministers stand up in this House and support my motion to formally censure this Premier, and if not, why not? Your constituents.
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we are continuing our work in terms of managing through the fourth wave. And Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity not only to thank all Alberta healthcare workers for the tremendous job they've done responding not only to fourth waves but then catching back on surgeries. But I also, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank all Albertans for following the rules set forth by a Chief Medical Officer of Health and for stepping up and getting vaccinated. Mr. Speaker, early in the fourth wave, we pivoted to put in new measures in place, including the REP and additional measures. Numbers are coming down. Very pleased to see that. We're not out of the woods yet, but we need to keep focused on that.
The Honourable Member.
The Premier's horrible failure to manage the COVID-19 pandemic has hammered our economy and will delay our recovery. Provinces like BC, Ontario, and Quebec created new jobs, while Alberta lost thousands of jobs last month and many left the workforce. The Premier is now making vague job announcements to cover his tracks, but it won't undo the damage he has done. With all this in mind, this question is for Minister of Economic Development. Stand in this House and declare that he supports censuring the Premier for his failure to lead, which has cost our economy so.
The Honourable Minister of Health is risen.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to focus on a response to COVID-19. Again, as I indicated, very thankful to all Albertans and our healthcare workers for tremendous efforts they've done so far. We see the numbers continue to go down. And Mr. Speaker, one of the key mandates that I've had as Premier of, the Premier gave me as Minister of Health, my apologies, the Premier gave me as Minister of Health is to focus on how do we get ready for whatever COVID's going to throw at us, make sure we have capacity now and into the future, not only catch up on surgeries, but be able to respond to future COVID-19 waves. And Mr. Speaker, we'll be ready for that.
The Opposition House Leader has a question.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 4 quarters, Alberta's NDP has outraised the UCP in every quarter. Now we see the UCP government trying to change the rules around political donations, perhaps because they can't seem to win a fair fight, one based on the desires of grassroots Albertans. Why is the Premier trying to reintroduce loopholes into the election financing laws to permit unlimited donations by Alberta's most wealthy? Why not accept that the current fundraising laws are fair and Albertans just do not support this government?
Yeah. The Honourable the Minister of Justice and Solicitor General.
Mr. Speaker, that is ridiculous. Mr. Speaker, we are getting rid of big money into politics. Mr. Speaker, we are actually plugging the loophole that the NDP have used to rig our elections in this province for years. Mr. Speaker, it is called the Alberta Federation of Labour loophole. That is exactly what Bill 81 is meant to accomplish, and I'm glad that finally Albertans will get the chance to get rid of NDP big money out of our politics.
Order, order. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
According to a University of Calgary political scientist, the UCP government's changes would, quote, create a backdoor to solicit contributions above the minimum and then transfer them into the campaign. In short, the UCP government is trying to reopen the floodgates to big money. The record is clear, Mr. Speaker. The NDP put a stop to deep-pocketed donors to protect Alberta's democracy. But this UCP government values their party's bottom line above all else. Will the Premier explain why this government thinks giving big money friends more influence over politics is a priority?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt in my mind that that question was written by Bill McGowan. Mr. Speaker, you know what? Gil McGowan is actually written into the NDP Constitution. Mr. Speaker, in Section 7, the Alberta Federation of Labour and Gil McGowan got to control the Alberta NDP. This is the source of their frustration. But, Mr. Speaker, Albertans elected us to make sure that no one special interest group can control their elections.
The order. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, Albertans rejected the cash for access, pay-to-play politics of the former PC party. But somehow this UCP Premier didn't get the message. This bill would allow unlimited donations to flow to political parties, and that is a fact. I know the Premier and the UCP are having fundraising problems, but there has to be a better solution than destroying democracy. So my final question to the Premier is simple. Will the government support an amendment to put back in place the annual cap on all personal donations to political parties?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the Alberta NDP is the most undemocratic party in the history of political parties. You know, Mr.
The Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Alberta NDP is the most undemocratic party in the history of political parties anywhere in the world. Mr. Speaker, they are pissed off because Gil McGowan is right now on their neck. But Mr. Speaker, you know, we have tabled a bill that will make it easier, you know, for all Albertans to be involved in our politics.
Order. The honourable member for Lethbridge East is on his feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every child deserves the best possible start in life, and all parents should have the ability to build both a family and a career. Earlier this year, the federal government announced their intent to create a Canada-wide system for early learning and childcare. Over the summer, we saw province after province reach and sign an agreement with the Government of Canada. However, here in Alberta, we announced our agreement just today. To the Minister of Children's Services, why did it take so long for us to reach an agreement?
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to talk about the agreement that we announced today. This is a very positive day for parents right across Alberta. Mr. Speaker, colleagues in this House would be well aware that we tried to get a deal signed before the federal government called the election, an election that nobody asked for, and I don't think Canadians really wanted. That said, it delayed us for about 4 weeks, and then we had a couple of weeks delay while we waited for a cabinet to be appointed, but I can tell you that on October 3rd, we presented an action plan to the federal government addressing all their questions, a plan supported by private and non-profit operators right across Alberta, and now we've got that done.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Given that in Quebec, when a universal childcare type system was implemented, not only did the quality of childcare suffer, but many private operators were driven out of business, resulting in a childcare shortage. And given that Alberta was a mixed market childcare system, of which many programs are privately run by female entrepreneurs, can the Minister of Children's Services please explain how she intends to prevent a similar situation happening here in Alberta?
The Order. The Honourable Minister is the only one with the call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, many of our discussions with the federal government were, in fact, around our mixed market system, something that matters for Alberta child care operators and parents who are choosing those spaces for their children. Mr. Speaker, the deal that we announced today not only respects and reflects the choices that parents are making, but we get to learn from what happened in Quebec and learn from the downfalls of the $25 a day pilot. We could address the issues that Albertans raised and to deliver a plan that meets the unique and diverse needs of Alberta parents, children, and child care operators.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again to the Minister. Given that affordability is not the only thing that matters to Albertan parents, and that this agreement also includes aspects for accessibility, quality, and inclusion, and given that our government negotiated to create a Made in Alberta plan that actually works for families and communities across our province, again, to the Minister of Children's Services, what else can Alberta parents expect from this agreement?
The Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This plan means $300 million to support early childhood educators in spaces right across this province. This matters because we know that educators are the key to high-quality early learning and childcare. Mr. Speaker, this also means more than 42,000 new childcare spaces in areas of need across the province, not just areas of political expediency like the $25 pilot program that we had a couple of years back. Mr. Speaker, we're also supporting inclusive childcare in areas outside of Edmonton, right across this province, for children who have special, diverse, or unique needs. Mr. Speaker, this is a plan that works for Alberta parents.
Hear, hear, hear. The honourable member order. The honourable member for Edmonton Gold Bar.
Today, Albertans should have been able to finally see the recommendations of the UCP's own coal panel. But once again, the report is delayed and the government is continuing to leave the door open to coal mining in the eastern slopes. Now Albertans won't get to see the highly anticipated report until New Year's Eve. We've seen this before many times, with the UCP trying to hide the bad news from Albertans while they are distracted. So can Albertans assume that the government is so upset with them that they will be getting coal from them, literally, over the holidays?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Energy and her team are working very, very hard to bring together all the feedback that Albertans have provided through the Coal Committee, and we'll come forward in the new year with significant recommendations, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we got that right here inside our province, Mr. Speaker. But the only people trying to hide things is actually the official opposition, Mr. Speaker. They're trying to distract from the fact that Alberta is leading the entire country in economic recovery, Mr. Speaker, and that we're moving forward despite the fact that the NDP keep betting against Albertans and trying to hold us down.
The honourable member.
Given that last week a study by Jennifer Winter from the University of Calgary concluded that when it comes to mining coal, quote, the net economic benefit is minimal, end quote, and given that we know the environmental impact is very significant, and in the coal panel's own survey, over 90% of participants have made it clear that they don't want to see coal mining in the eastern slopes. And given the conclusion should be clear, and most Albertans would expect the government to make the right decision, can the minister explain why the panel would need more time at all when Albertans have made it so clear that they don't want coal mines in the Rocky Mountains?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very important to this government to be able to make sure that Albertans have an opportunity to say what they want with the Eastern Slopes, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we did the Coal Review Committee, Mr. Speaker, and the Minister of Energy will have more to say after reviewing that report. But again, the honourable member just wants to distract. Again, last week, $2.4 billion, I think, invested in Northern Alberta. $2.5, Mr. Speaker, invested in Northern Alberta. Dow Chemicals are building a new facility inside Fort Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker. The news is good for Albertans. We're back on track, Mr. Speaker, and that member just wants to bet against them. Shame on him.
The honourable member.
Given that we see continued lobbying efforts by coal companies, and given that before the coal policy was revoked, the government only talked to Australian billionaires and coal companies and didn't consult with Albertans, and given that the government has continuously tried to tell Albertans that nothing had changed, they had no need to be outraged by what the government was doing, and given that because of that, it's impossible to trust the UCP when it comes to coal mining, can the minister promise today that the government will not engage with coal lobbyists while the coal panel is concluding its work? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks.
Mr. Speaker, it's really quite surprising that honourable member has not addressed the issue that when he was in government, him and his cabinet, Mr. Speaker, changed the 1976 coal policy. They put it in writing, actually in a letter, Mr. Speaker, opening the way for coal projects to take place on the eastern slopes, Mr. Speaker. But along came the Minister of Energy, Mr. Speaker, who's having a coal consultation with Albertans to make sure that they get that policy right, Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that the NDP changed the policy without talking to anybody.
Honourable member for Edmonton Riverview is next.
Homelessness has grown by over 1,000 people in Edmonton during the pandemic, now reaching close to 3,000. Many have nowhere to go and have been forced onto the streets. The UCP has let this happen and has made it worse. They closed shelters, refused to work with other governments to build housing, cut aid and income supports, and budgeted $50 million less in homeless support this year compared to last. Without support, Albertans experiencing homelessness are at extreme risk, and some will die. The government must intervene now. Will the UCP provide immediate support?
Minister of Community and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Homelessness is a crisis for our community. That's why government took it seriously. We committed maintaining the $49 million in our budget. We are working collaboratively with other orders of government, and we're working with our community to come up with new strategies. Stay tuned. We'll be announcing new actions in coming days and weeks.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverview.
Given that we have called for the UCP to offer stable funding for shelters, and given shelters offer temporary relief but are not a permanent solution, housing is, and agencies should be helping people find a home, not chasing funding to keep shelters open. And given that in 2 years, the UCP has continually ignored the City of Edmonton's request to build permanent supportive housing, will the minister commit today to finally work with them and start building these homes immediately?
The order, the honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, just before today's House setting, I had a very good conversation with Mayor Sohei and his administration. We're working together to come up with a new strategy to counterback the crisis of homelessness, not only in Edmonton, but across the province. Mr. Speaker, stay tuned. We'll have more to say in coming days.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverview.
Given that the UCP's housing strategy means nothing without funding to actually build affordable housing, and given that the UCP's disastrous plan to sell off housing stock is completely opposite to the plans of the municipal and federal governments, the only people happy with the plan seem to be corporate landlords and UCP donors. And given that in 2 years, the UCP has done nothing to build housing and help people, to the Minister of Seniors and Housing, instead of providing profitable housing deals to corporations, will the minister focus on the nearly 3,000 people experiencing homelessness in Edmonton?
The Honourable the Minister of Seniors and Housing has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My first question is, what did the NDP government do the last 4 years? Nothing. Mr. Speaker, Alberta government is acting on numerous recommendations that has come from the Alberta Housing Review Panel, POIS in the fall 2020, that the assets are being sold are vacant and underused and are not being used. We're saving the taxpayer hard-working dollars, and by selling this unit, we reinvest the proceeds back into the affordable housing we can better survive, provided to Alberta.
The honourable member for Central, Peace Notley, is next.
Albertans are paying the consequence for this Premier's summertime abandonment of the province. Back when the Premier announced the best summer ever, there were 2,336 cases, and in a clear attempt to save Canada's least popular Premier's job from a mounting revolt, Albertans were told these numbers supported removing restrictions. Now the Health Minister is saying Alberta won't even consider dropping major COVID restrictions until 2022, regardless of our numbers. To the Premier, does this government have a single independent external criteria for reopening, or should Albertans just expect the decision to come down to this Premier's political survival?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, as one of the key mandates that I have is to actually look at contingency planning moving forward. And that looks at how do we prepare for whatever COVID's going to throw at us. And it could be moving into endemic phase. It could be another Delta wave. It could be another wave that perhaps, Mr. Speaker, that vaccines are not as effective against. Mr. Speaker, I'm working very closely with professionals in Alberta Health and with AHS to make sure we're ready. We have the capacity to be ready for that, and then we'll be able to announce that in the coming weeks.
The honourable member for Central, Peace Notley.
Given that lockdowns have real consequences on Alberta families, one of which is Alberta's growing opioid crisis, which has tragically hit 1,026 drug poisoning deaths between January and August this year, officially making 2021 the worst year yet. And given that, to show the magnitude, more people have died of overdose this year than died of COVID last year. And given that the average age of death is alarmingly young, and this government is spending more on COVID advertising than the entire fight against the opioid crisis. To the Premier, when will your government look not only at COVID, but acknowledge and act upon the opioid public emergency?
The Honourable the Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Sure. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, one death is one death too many when it comes to opioids. We have a very robust plan, the recovery-oriented system of care, ensuring that people through the continuum of care, which starts with the supervised consumption sites and then goes into detox and treatment and recovery. And then we help people into a pathway so that they can reunite with their families and live successful and happy lives again. Thank you.
The honourable member for Central Peace Notley.
Given that if Albertans have to wait for the Premier's popularity to rebound before this government will change its inconsistent and damaging policies, they'll need patience, as just today 22 UCP CAs passed a motion requiring a leadership review of Canada's least popular Premier. And given that other provinces have rescinded mandates that would leave our hospitals understaffed, with the Superior Court of Ontario going as far as issuing an injunction against these mandates to the Premier, will this government do the right thing and scrap this policy and put Alberta's healthcare system before the Premier's desperate cling to power?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I fully appreciate that measures that we have put in place have had a detrimental impact on Albertans. None of this is easy. There are no easy answers, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, our change in policy in the fall was absolutely necessary, Mr. Speaker. We put in place the REP program and other measures to protect our healthcare system and to protect Albertans. That was critically necessary. And, Mr. Speaker, my role as a Minister of Health is to be able to do contingency planning going forward so we can manage this and limit the negative impacts on as many Albertans as possible.
Lethbridge West has a question to ask.
Nearly 100,000 people in Lethbridge, but there are no family doctors accepting new patients, not one. Last week I stood with Kira McLean, who had to drive 2 hours to Cardston for a 10-minute appointment that should have been a walk-in. I have been hearing from Lethbridge residents for weeks now, unable to access a family doctor. I've demanded action. I've heard nothing from the government. So, what specific action will the Minister of Health take to ensure the people of Lethbridge can access primary care on a walk-in basis immediately, as in this month, as in this year, not sometime this decade?
The Honourable Minister of Health has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member for the question. I've heard from the Honourable Member and I've heard from my colleagues from Lethbridge, and I'm very much aware of the concerns about access to family doctors in Lethbridge, Mr. Speaker. Recruitment depends on local partnerships, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to hear that partners in Lethbridge are making progress. AHS and the Chinook Primary Care Network are developing a broad recruitment strategy and communication materials in collaboration with the Lethbridge Chamber of Commerce, the City of Lethbridge, and Economic Development Lethbridge. And I'm hopeful that they will be successful in attracting more doctors to the area to be able to address these concerns.
West.
Given, Mr. Speaker, that recruitment actually depends on a stable environment for doctors to put down roots in a community, and given that the only result of the UCP war on doctors has been my constituents losing access to their GP and having to drive hours to get primary care, or having to visit the emergency room to deal with things like antibiotics or prescription refills, given that 1/3 of people in Lethbridge don't have a family doctor, Minister, explain the specific steps you are going to take to make sure that we have access to family doctors on at least a walk-in basis by the end of 2021.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As part of the local strategy, Mr. Speaker, the Chinook PCN Medical Director and Executive Director are working with the AHS South Zone Medical Leadership Team to improve recruitment and retention of family physicians in the Lethbridge area. AHS directly recruits to sponsored positions for physicians where there are specific identified needs, and they are currently interviewing applicants for AHS-sponsored positions for the new Lethbridge-based family practitioners. Depending on the outcome, they hope to see new family physicians working in the community very soon. In addition, we gave Chinook PCN the approval to recruit a new nurse practitioner, which we hope will complement services in Lethbridge.
The Honourable Member.
Given, Mr. Speaker, the plan that we've just heard is still going to take too long. The question is simple, and for the Minister, when will new physicians arrive in Lethbridge? How many? Is there a plan to expand the rural physician program or help AHS hire residents? Simple questions. We are waiting for answers. We need walk-in basis immediately, and then we need a better plan that is more clear on how many physicians, when they will start, when the clinics will open, when will people get access to a family doctor.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Mr. Speaker, as I just answered, the teams are working on this right now, sponsored positions for family-based practitioner, and we've also authorized a new nurse practitioner for the area to be able to get someone as quickly as possible. You know, Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member knows, that access to family physicians is a long-standing challenge in Alberta and across Canada. We continue to gain doctors, the quarter overall, but the pandemic has impacted some physician practices. We're continuing to work, particularly in rural areas. We've made a commitment to be able to assist driving more doctors to that, and we'll continue to work to be able to support the health of Alberta.
The honourable member for Calgary Mountain View is next.
The NDP supported hydrogen industry by funding pilot projects that helped industry to grow and become leaders in hydrogen production. The UCP have finally released their hydrogen roadmap. Sadly, it's a little light on details. It doesn't offer additional supports to industry. Worse, it doesn't even say how they will achieve the goals beyond existing policies put in place by previous governments. It's nice to see that the UCP have finally accepted our ideas, but how did it take this government over 2 years to copy and paste other people's work?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, it's a little bit rich to hear from the NDP. They're all of a sudden newfound religion when it comes to the energy sector, Mr. Speaker. This party, the United Conservative Party, we've been behind the energy industry all the way through, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're attracting cutting-edge technology, Mr. Speaker. Brand new petrochemical facilities here, net zero, Mr. Speaker. Brand new hydrogen investments from Air Products, ATCO and Suncor, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Alberta's energy sector is going to continue to innovate and lead the way forward.
The honourable member for Calgary Mountain View.
Given that the NDP caucus released our hydrogen strategy over a year ago with the goal of exporting hydrogen by 2030, and at the time the Associate Minister said it was an impossible timeline and that 2040 was the absolute earliest possibility, then last week claimed that no one expected the hydrogen industry to develop so quickly, despite the fact that everyone except the UCP expected that. Can the Associate Minister do the mature thing? Admit he was wrong, start taking advice from experts in industry so Alberta doesn't miss further opportunities.
Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we have a question for the NDP. When will they apologize for their 4 years of government chasing away energy investment every single year, Mr. Speaker? This government, Mr. Speaker, is attracting investment by record amounts, Mr. Speaker. Dow Chemicals a couple of weeks ago, just this last week, in northern Alberta, a new petrochemical facility, $2.5 billion, Mr. Speaker. NDP chased away tens of billions. We're attracting it every single week into this province.
The honourable member.
Given that the question was about hydrogen and the minister hasn't said the word once yet, and given that a year ago the Associate Minister said we don't have enough water to produce green hydrogen in the province without using bottled water, while the UCP simultaneously gave more water to coal mine companies to strip mine our Rockies, and given that seeing green hydrogen projects being proposed could produce steel without ripping up the mountains, and given that the Associate Minister is suddenly agnostic about the color of hydrogen, will the Associate Minister commit here and now that he will listen to industry and investors and actually support green hydrogen?
The Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, you better believe we're listening to investors, Mr. Speaker. That's why they're bringing their dollars to Alberta, because of the policies this government has put in place, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to hydrogen, look at the Air Products deal, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to hydrogen, ATCO and Suncor's partnership, Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to lead the way. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, we have our mines and mineral strategy. Make sure that we're there servicing the energy needs of the world, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly what this government's going to do. On top of that, largest solar project in the Canadian history happening right now in Alberta. Amazon Web Services, Shell, Mr. Speaker. It's a good time to be in Alberta.
The honourable member for Calgary Falconridge has a question to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased that we are taking steps to recognize workers' credentials from other provinces here in Alberta. But I think we can do more. A new Canadian in my constituency having issues getting her credential recognized as a registered nurse. She is getting a runaround as to why her application was denied, even she passed and meet all the required criteria. I believe the next step in opening Alberta to workers and helping drive our economy is recognizing out-of-country qualifications. To the Minister of Labour and Immigration, are we looking into recognizing these workers' skills as part of our economic recovery?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for the question. Immigration has been and will continue to be a vital part of the economy and the social fabric of this province. And through the Fairness for Newcomers office, we're working with our professional regulators to ensure that they operate transparently, objectively, and impartially. And that'll ensure that the qualified newcomer professionals are licensed in Canada and can get to work as quickly as possible to help grow the economy.
Honourable member for Calgary Falconridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Given that workers from outside Canada also have expertise in the fields that Alberta needs, and given that we have an increasing number of jobs available without qualified workers that can fill them, and given that recognizing foreign credentials has been a long-standing issue for those that immigrate to Alberta from outside the country, to the Minister, when can we expect this government will begin to move forward on recognizing foreign credentials the way it is aiming to recognize out-of-province credentials?
The Honourable the Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we're taking action to ensure that newcomers can get to work quicker by eliminating barriers to recognizing their foreign credentials and to support our economic recovery and growth. And the Fairness for Newcomers office helps ensure that newcomers can leverage their education and their experience to reach their full potential and help grow the economy. So we've ensured that interim registration decisions are made within 6 months and that final decisions are made within a reasonable time frame.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Given that there continues to be a problem for employers to find workers, especially in the construction, frontline service industry, restaurants due to ongoing labour shortage, maybe due to COVID-19. To the same Minister, can you inform the House what measure and or assistance the government is taking to help employers to fill these positions so employers, especially small businesses, are able to have enough workers to continue their operations and to help to grow our economy?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for many professionals who come to Alberta, excessive red tape does prevent them from working in their field, even when they have been practicing for years outside of Alberta. And that's why our government introduced the Fairness for Newcomers Action Plan, and that included the Fair Registration Practices Act to eliminate many of the barriers that newcomers have to face when they're seeking employment here in Alberta. And we're also supporting programs that provide low-interest microloans to newcomers to help with expenses related to licensing and certification, and that'll help newcomers leverage their education as well as their experience to reach their full potential and help grow the economy.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday.
Upon coming into office, the UCP made all sorts of promises about delivering universal high-speed internet across the province. Now, 2.5 years into their mandate, there still isn't a plan, and hundreds of thousands of Albertans still don't have access to high-speed internet. This lack of progress comes at a time when more Albertans are working and learning from home due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has only grown the digital divide. Why is this government not making access to high-speed internet a priority?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Service Alberta.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the member opposite that for 4 years when he was in government, his government didn't make this a priority at all. By contrast, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out the fact that I was able to announce a $150 million commitment this summer from the province of Alberta towards improving connectivity infrastructure for rural, remote and Indigenous communities all across this province. Mr. Speaker, the government of Alberta knows that connectivity is extremely important to the future of this province, and we are investing in that future, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday.
Given that the government has announced some funding for broadband, and given that this funding only amounts to roughly 10% of the total money required to provide universal broadband access according to the government's own estimates, and given that there are no details on how to apply for this money or how it will be distributed, which means that as of right now, this money is just a novelty check being handed out for political gain. To the Minister, where is the plan for this money? Is this just more UCP smoke and mirrors?
The Honourable the Minister of Service Alberta.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to point out We have committed $150 million. The NDP, in their 4 years in government, committed $0. Mr. Speaker, I know which side of the House I want to be on. Mr. Speaker, we are making investments in connectivity infrastructure to support those rural, remote, and Indigenous communities that need access to high-quality, reliable internet. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, this is going to take collaboration across all levels of government. We continue to work with municipalities and with the federal government. Unfortunately, there was a bit of a delay with the feds on their election, but we're getting back to work now, and I have more to say soon.
The honourable member.
Given that when you look through the government staff directory, there isn't a single person tasked with working on broadband. In fact, any of the staff who were assigned to it have been moved into other roles. And given that this government still doesn't have a plan to deliver high-speed internet to Albertans, why would the minister move staff off of this critical area? How do we help him connect the dots and realize that high-speed rural broadband internet is absolutely critical to our economic future?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Alberta.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's nice to see for a change that the NDP are taking an interest in connectivity when for 4 years they did nothing, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say thank you to the hardworking bureaucrats in Service Alberta who are supporting me on implementing this program and bringing this investment forward. Mr. Speaker, this $150 million investment is the most money spent in over 15 years by the Alberta government. I'm proud to be a part of the government that is leading that investment. And Mr. Speaker, we will be continuing to work with the federal government and other levels of government, as well as private sector telcos and internet companies. There is going to be so much excitement in this space in the very near future.
The honourable member for Edmonton Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been 127 days since the third round of the small and medium-sized enterprise relaunch grant closed. And still, thousands of businesses are still struggling to get their money. When we ask about the delay, the minister asked us to contact his office. Well, Minister, that doesn't work either. My constituency office contacted his office regarding the entertainment company. We got the company approved, but now they're waiting over 25 days for the payment. To the minister, now's the time to come clean. Why is his program broken? And how much longer are these businesses going to have to wait?
The Honourable, the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. Again, Mr. Speaker, as I've mentioned in this chamber many times, if elected officials have small businesses that have reached out to them, happy to work with them as they work through their applications. We have contacted every single applicant for further information that may be required to process their applications, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue to work with them to do so. Also good news today, Mr. Speaker, this week we will be launching, in response to the restriction exemption program, the $2,000 of supports to businesses impacted by that program. That's going live this week as well, Mr. Speaker, for those businesses.
Member for Edmonton Meadows.
Given that another business owner I'm working with submitted all the documents the Minister's Department requested on October 5th, one day before the October 6th deadline. But given this owner is now in a fight with department staff to reverse the decision to close his application because the department didn't have enough staff to see their documentation arrived on time. To the Minister, it's clear that he did not provide enough staffing and resources to deal with the third installment of SMERGE, and his failure has costed businesses critical funding. Is he aware of the impact this has on small businesses? To me, it doesn't even look like he cares.
The Honourable the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say a huge thank you to all the public servants that worked on this program, Mr. Speaker. Our department actually borrowed staff from many different departments from across government to be able to service the over 120,000 small businesses that applied for support through various relaunch grants, Mr. Speaker, to be distributed over $700 million to support small businesses across Alberta throughout this pandemic, Mr. Speaker. Numerous iterations of that program, in addition to other supports from the tourism levy abatement to many others, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to be there with small businesses, Mr. Speaker, and we look forward to the rebound going forward.
The Honourable Member.
Given this government does not have respect for taxi drivers who have been getting Albertans where they need to go throughout the entire pandemic, including grocery stores to the medical appointments and other essential places. And given the UCP excluded them from any form of support for the first 14 months of COVID-19, and the taxi drivers have been working with now to get this SMERGE are being over-scrutinized and undercompensated. It's clear they are being disproportionately flagged for manual review. Why is the minister nickel and diming and denying cab drivers from support they deserve?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there was some noise there, so I didn't fully hear the question, Mr. Speaker, but I do know that we expanded the program to be able to include people that were providing ride-sharing services as well, Mr. Speaker, as well as cab services, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to be there, support small businesses across this province as hopefully we can emerge from this pandemic into an endemic phase sooner rather than later, Mr. Speaker. One thing of note, though, for all those small businesses that are out there, Alberta right now is forecasted to lead the whole country in growth this year and next year, Mr. Speaker. We're looking forward to a strong economic rebound. That's going to help small businesses that are leading the way in that growth.
The Honourable Member for Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is working to address current and future labour market needs by equipping Albertans with the skills, knowledge and competencies they need to succeed in their lifelong pursuits. As part of our government's Alberta 2030 Building Skills for Jobs strategy, we have pledged to prioritise the expansion of broadband access to support distance education to reach students where they are. There are many places in my riding where students could not participate in virtual learning last year because of poor digital infrastructure. To the Minister of Service Alberta, what is being done to expand broadband access to rural communities?
The Honourable the Minister of Service Alberta.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you to the member for the question. It's a great question, an important question. And Mr. Speaker, for all the reasons the member mentioned, it is so important that we invest today to address the gap in connectivity infrastructure in rural, remote, and Indigenous communities all across this province. And that is why I'm so excited to have announced $150 million in new funding from the Government of Alberta to expand that infrastructure and to get that job done. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with the Government of Alberta, or with the Government of Canada and other municipalities, as well as the private sector telcos and internet providers, to make sure we maximize the amount of dollars going to solve this problem.
The Honourable Member for Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. The Alberta 2030 strategy also pledges to reduce the skills gap by expanding apprenticeships in careers of the future. We aim to become the first province to offer every undergrad student access to work-integrated learning opportunities. To this end, our government is encouraging post-secondary institutions and industry to work together to identify opportunities for new apprenticeship-style programs that respond to labour market needs. To the Minister of Advanced Education, how many new apprenticeship programs will be established in the next school year?
The Honourable, the Minister of Advanced Education.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know the members opposite want to talk about something totally different, but I do want to get to the member's question, and the member has a really important question about the Apprenticeship Expansion Initiative. And I'm proud to report that we've recently completed an RFP process and received approximately 18 submissions to create new apprenticeship programs, and we're evaluating those proposals. I haven't seen them myself yet, but I know that there are some very exciting initiatives there, and this expansion of apprenticeship is a very new opportunity for Alberta.
Honourable Member, order. The Honourable Member for Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. There are many people who have received their career training from outside of our province or even outside the country. These could be immigrants or people from Alberta who choose to complete their training elsewhere. These skilled professionals have years of professional experience or training, but when they come to our province, they find that they are unable to be employed in their trades because of their credentials not being recognized. To the Minister of Labour and Immigration, advise what work is being done to recognize out-of-province credentials.
The Honourable, the Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for the question. And earlier this session, we introduced Bill 49, the Labour Mobility Act, and this bill will make it easier, if passed, for talented and highly skilled Canadian certified workers to bring their expertise to Alberta. And by removing barriers to labour mobility and growth, we're improving Alberta's competitive edge, attracting investment that will lead to significant job creation and economic growth now and in the future.
Honourable members, this concludes the time allotted for oral question period. In 30 seconds or less, we will return to the remainder of member statements. Just give me 2 seconds. I see the Deputy the government House Leader has risen. We are in the middle of member statements, but I'm happy to hear.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just rising pursuant to Standing Order 7-8 that the daily routine can proceed past 3 o'clock.
The honourable member for Calgary Curry has a statement to make.
Mr. Speaker, did you know that as a born and raised Albertan, it has been well over a decade since I have heard of, seen, or been touched by so many good news economic stories in our province? In fact, last week was a banner week for so many reasons. $7 billion, in fact, because that is the amount of new private sector investment announced last week in our province. Your United Conservative government is diversifying Alberta's economy, and putting politics aside, it is United Conservative economic policies that are attracting investment back to our province and fueling this growth. Would you like some examples, perhaps? Amazon Web Services just announced $4.3 billion in investment as they install Canada's second cloud server hub in Calgary. This follows other massive tech investments from Emphasis, mCloud, RBC Innovation Hubs, the Rogers Shaw investment, and of course Infosys. We finally have global tech giants investing in Alberta, and UCP policies are directly tied to the growth of our film and television industry. Since the UCP introduced the film and television tax credit last year, nearly $1 billion of investment has come to our province, including The Last of Us, which is the biggest film and television production in Canadian history. And don't forget our energy industry. It continues to lead the way on ESG measures. The Line 3 pipeline is up and running. The new $2.5 billion Northern Petrochemical plant in GP, Shell and Silicon Ranch are installing a huge solar farm, and we already have the largest solar project in the country, and we have the most renewable energy projects in all of Canada. Our hydrogen roadmap will help make Alberta a hydrogen superpower, a global market that will be worth likely somewhere in the neighborhood of $2.5 trillion. All of this underscores how your UCP government is attracting investment back to Alberta and diversifying Alberta's economy. Thank you.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions. Notices of motions.
The Deputy Government House Leader.
Why, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give oral notice of Bill 85, Education Statutes Students First Amendment Act 2021, sponsored by the Honourable Minister of Education, and Bill 86, Electricity Statute Amendment Act 2022, sponsored by the Honourable Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity and my good friend. Okay.
Introduction of bills.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request leave to introduce Bill 83, being the Environmental Protection Enhancement Amendment Act 2021.
The Honourable Minister of Environment Parks has moved first reading of Bill 83, Environmental Protection Enhancement Amendment Act 2021. All those in favour of the motion for first reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 83, Environmental Protection and Enhancement Amendment Act 2021 is now read a first time.
The Minister of Service, Alberta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce Bill 84, the Business Corporations Amendment Act of 2021. Alberta's economy is recovering, and Alberta's government remains committed to ensuring that our province is the most attractive place to start and grow a business, attract investment, and create jobs. The focus on attracting and supporting economic investment and private sector growth is central to Alberta's recovery plan. Our government has already made some important modernizations to the Business Corporations Act, including addressing the residency requirements for directors and to enable corporations to utilize virtual meetings as well as electronic voting and notifications for meetings. But there is more to do, and following extensive consultations, we have identified more ways that we can solidify Alberta's place at the top of the list for innovators, entrepreneurs, and investors. The amendments before you today set out several important modernizations and regulatory burden reductions in order to enhance Alberta's competitiveness to attract and retain corporations. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Service, Alberta has moved first reading of Bill 84, Business Corporations Amendment Act 2021. All those in favour of first reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 84, Business Corporations Amendment Act 2021 is now read a first time. Tabling returns and reports.
Are there tablings? Seeing none.
Tablings to the clerk. I wish to advise the Assembly that the following documents were deposited with the Office of the Clerk. on behalf of Honourable Mr. Copping, Minister of Health, pursuant to the Health Professions Act, Alberta College of Occupational Therapists 2020-21 Annual Report, College of Dietitians of Alberta 2020 Annual Report.
Honourable members, it's your favorite time of day. It's orders of the day, orders du jour.
Motion for concurrence in committee report on Bill 218, Provincial Parks Protecting Park Boundaries Amendment Act 2021. Adjourned debate, Mr. Dang.
On the motion for concurrence, are there others? The honourable member for Lethbridge West has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleagues for reminding me of how private members' business proceeds in the chamber on Monday afternoons. And thanks to my constituents for sending me here today. I'm going to do as I often do, which is I'm going to start just with a couple of thoughts, just recognizing the hard work of the frontline healthcare workers in Lethbridge. And thanking them for their service. As I start my work here on a Monday, I am acutely aware that there are frontline healthcare workers all across southern Alberta and indeed all across the province, but the ones I come here to represent, perhaps there wasn't a start to the work week because there wasn't an end to the work week. And they were busy all through the weekend, and they have been working very, very hard to meet the incredible healthcare needs that have been created by the fourth wave of the pandemic. Now, Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to concurrence on this bill that proposes, Mr. Speaker, a fairly simple change to the Parks Act and to the way that we understand how parks are made and how they're changed and how their status in the first place is arrived at in the statute, and then how it is subsequently changed after there has been a parks designation. Now, parks designations are a matter that come before Cabinet. They are a matter that can be decided through order in council. There are a number of, through the regional plans and other pieces of legislation. There are consultation periods and so on, and certainly when it came time or comes time to disestablishment of a park, this is something that's a very rare occasion in the government of Alberta, and it is something that's done after a period of consultation. And certainly that is usually some level of Indigenous consultation, but then there's some local consultation in public of various kinds as well provided for. Now, what this bill provides is that the process for disestablishment or change of a parks designation needs to come before this House before it can move through. This certainly, we see this in some other jurisdictions, that these are matters that are legislative rather than regulatory. And so it's not really offside of other parks regimes in that way. In fact, and wouldn't necessarily affect the public consultation or other consultation pieces that are either in regional planning or within the Parks Act itself. Now, the reason why this legislation should be debated on the floor of this House, I think it's, first of all, it's not lost on me that we are trying to have a debate on the floor of a House, a fact that a piece of legislation that proposes that we have a debate on the floor of the House. And it's not lost on me, Madam Speaker, that the reason that we're doing that is because of trust. And so let's take the first piece that we are having to debate concurrence, that is to say to hear this piece of legislation on this House, and then provide an opportunity for members to either provide comment, amendment, and then certainly provide back to our constituents a record of our support or opposition, as the case may be, to this, and then that fundamentally representational and also accountability function of our jobs is undertaken. The first thing that's troubling, of course, and I say this every time when I rise to speak to concurrence, and it hasn't changed, so I'm just going to keep saying it, which is that this whole business of having to speak to concurrence is fundamentally misplaced and incorrect in the first place. The fact is that this new system of private members having to go through this circuitous route to have their private members' business debated on the floor, their only chance at a private members' bill being frustrated by this process, and having this committee decide what comes to the floor and what not, that is too bad. And and every single time I speak to concurrence, I am registering the fact that I deplore this new system, and I don't believe it affords private members, regardless of their caucus that they sit in the House, the opportunity to do their business as a private member in the way that it has historically been intended and been structured. But we bring ourselves to the reason why we believe that it's important to debate this piece of legislation here in this chamber, Madam Speaker. And the reason that I indicated that we've brought this forward in the first place, that my honourable colleague has, is because before the pandemic hit, it was the parks signs that bubbled up all over Calgary, in particular starting in Currie, Varsity, Elbow, Glenmore, Acadia, and then a couple of weeks later they started popping up like mushrooms all over Lethbridge, and they are still there. They have been joined by the anti-coal signs, the Protect Our Water signs, the signs indicating support for the K-12 education system, signs opposing cuts to our university and college, signs opposing the mismanagement of healthcare, generalized signs expressing support for public sector workers and public services more generally. This has become the way that people are making themselves heard in a time of COVID-19, when protests or other ways that normally citizens might have themselves heard have been somewhat changed, obviously, due to the conditions of a novel coronavirus. Now, people found a way to be heard when they could not be heard otherwise, and that's why we need to make sure that they are further heard on this matter of parks, which is sort of, I guess one of the granddaddies of the issue-based signs, what I call the opinion signs, around the province. And it was the first instance where Albertans said, no, we do not trust the intentions of this government. We do not trust what is happening with these changes to the Parks Act. And it was that response, or it is the response to that outpouring of support and certainly the messages that Albertans were trying to send through to their government that appeared to be not listening, that was the impetus behind this bill in the first place. And that's why it needs to be heard, Madam Speaker. That's why it was brought forward in the first place, and that's why it is the right thing for it to be heard. The vast majority of Albertans shared the view that the government's proposals around changes to parks designations were not necessarily changes that were supported by the vast majority of Albertans, but they also, Albertans expressed at that time a lack of trust in government. And what this bill will allow us to do, if it should be heard on the floor of this House, and certainly any members may propose amendments or otherwise improve the legislation. Certainly many of their constituents would be happy for a fulsome debate on this. If the precise way that it has been proposed to the House does not convene them, then, or if they see improvements to it, that's the whole point of bringing a piece of legislation to this House, where we can, in some cases, even work together on improving a piece of legislation, reflecting the views both of our backgrounds, but also our representational duties as MLAs. Now, we know that Albertans were so concerned about this potential threat to rollback of our conservation efforts that we enjoy from parks, and because Albertans are proud of our conservation legacy in this province. They are proud of when Peter Lougheed established Kananaskis 40 some odd years ago now. They were proud when our government expanded a number of protected areas up north, leading to the world's largest contiguous boreal forest protected area. Let me just underline that, in the world, Madam Speaker. So these are very important initiatives, and Albertans are proud of them. Albertans also know that climate change is real, and nature-based solutions are part of mitigating and adapting to climate change. They are about avoiding erosion, using the water absorption, natural capacity of undisturbed landscapes. They're about protecting forests and biodiversity, which is key to functional ecosystems. We know that grassland conservation is extremely urgent, that soil capture of carbon, that water absorption capacity to allow us to adapt to more frequent and severe weather events. Conservation and biodiversity are key to our response to climate change. Albertans know too, and they value their recreation infrastructure, which is why over the period of 2015 to 19, we put $250 million into the park system.
Any other members wishing to join in the debates and the concurrence, a motion for concurrence on 218? The Honourable Member for Drayton Valley Devon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to rise today. It's always an honor to rise in this House and to speak to the issues of the day and to the bills of the day, and especially as a private member, to be able to come into this House and to speak to the business of the private members. And for those that may be out in the real world, the hardworking Albertans of this province, maybe they don't understand that there's a difference between government bills and private members' bills, but this is the opportunity that private members have to be able to address bills that are coming from people that are not necessarily in the government. Matter of fact, they cannot be from the government. They can only be from those representatives that are private members. And so it's always a pleasure to be able to stand up and speak. And today it's a pleasure to be able to stand up and speak to Bill 218. Now, again, for those that are maybe outside of this chamber, maybe they don't understand the process. But when a good idea, when an idea for a bill is brought forward by a private member, they do a lot of work to meet with stakeholders. They do a lot of work to talk with individuals that are knowledgeable on the issue that the bill is going to present. And then they work with Parliamentary Council to get language correct, and they draft the bill. And then that bill is brought before the Private Bills and Private Members Public Bills Committee. And that's a committee that vets all private members' bills. Every bill that is a private member's bill has to go before this committee, and they have to explain to the committee the benefits of this bill, and the committee gets the opportunity to query just who they've talked to and what's the intent of this bill and whether or not this bill has the capacity to be able to bring benefit to the people of Alberta. And so today, I rise to speak in support of the Private Bills and Private Members Public Bills Committee recommendation that Bill 218 proceed to a second reading. The Private Bills and Private Members Public Committee listens to the private member, listens to the idea of that bill, looks at the language of that bill, and then they will make a recommendation to this House, a recommendation that we call concurrence. If they agree with that bill and they believe that it should move forward to second reading, they have a vote of concurrence. And if not, then that bill comes forward, and the House gets to decide for themselves whether they believe that bill, that private member's bill, should move forward. So the committee that looked at Bill 218, and Bill 218 is called the Provincial Parks Protecting Park Boundaries Amendment Act of 2021. So this was brought before the committee, and they have voted unanimously to move that this bill move forward into the House and be read a second time, and perhaps go to the Committee of the Whole, and eventually perhaps become an actual law in this province. And so, this is in line with the traditions that we have in this House, with the procedures that we have in this House, and it would give the members of this House, the people's elected representatives, the 87 or so of us in this House that have the opportunity to be able to help make legislation across this province, a chance to debate this bill at second reading. Now, I must admit, Madam Speaker, that I'm a little confused as to actually why we're debating a unanimous recommendation for concurrence. The committee that looked at this unanimously recommended that this move forward. And now I know that some on the opposite sides of these benches here would point to a concurrence debate that was held on Bill 212, and that we did have that debate on. And while that is true, I believe that at the time, they've said during that it was a waste of time to have that debate on concurrence. Why would you have a concurrence debate on Bill 212? It's a waste of time. However, that was not a unanimous recommendation from the committee for concurrence. And because it wasn't a unanimous recommendation, it was wise to bring it before the House and to let all private members hear the arguments, both for pro and con, for moving forward with the bill, and then moving it forward as it's seen fit by the legislature. And so the committee wanted the members of this House to have that opportunity on Bill 212 to debate on the recommendations for concurrence. And the two situations here between Bill 212 and Bill 218 are quite different. And frankly, Madam Speaker, it's a little puzzling to try to understand what we're actually doing here. We could be dealing with other business in the House. We could be dealing with other business on the order paper. We could be getting other things done that would be moving forward pieces of legislation that would be, if this House decides, in the best interest of the people of Alberta. But instead, we're debating a concurrence that had bipartisan, unanimous support. So it makes you wonder why the official opposition wanted a concurrence debate at all. You know, I guess we could bring forward all sorts of different thoughts and reasons for why it seems to be important to have a debate on something that's been given unanimous bipartisan support. But, you know, I've never tried to make the claim that I understand the socialist mindset, and I'm not going to today. And so, and I guess we'll have that debate. But it seems a little redundant since representatives from both sides of the House that sit on the private bills and private members' bills committee unanimously agreed that we should move forward with this in progress with this bill. So I support the committee's recommendation for concurrence. I believe that the committee reviewed the bill, that they gave it a sufficiently thorough investigation as to whether or not the bill had any obvious flaws to it or any obvious concerns that may stop concurrence or unanimous agreement to it. I believe that the democratic process is important and that the bills on such important topics as this should be debated by the people's representatives. And so, you know, when we take a look at this piece of bill, this piece of legislation, proposed legislation, you know, we can see that it's talking about consultation when it comes to our parks. It's talking about, you know, the time periods that will be held for consultation, and that, you know, within 30 days of tabling of the report that comes out of this, that the Legislative Assembly would pass a resolution adopting the report to, you know, it could deal with things that amend the park order, like decreasing the area of parks, the area of a park or a recreation area, or to vary the prescribed class of a park or a recreation area. These are issues that are worthy of discussion in this House. And it will be the House, as we go through debate, and that will make the decisions as to whether or not this bill is worthy of support. But at the end of the day, you know, this is a debate on concurrence. And we've all agreed at the committee level, and it seems a little bit redundant for us to be talking about it today. But having said that, I would encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of concurrence, because that was the recommendation of the committee, and it would allow us to move on to other important business in this House. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any other members wishing to join the debate? The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and speak to Bill 218, Provincial Parks Protecting Park Boundaries Amendment Act 2021, and, speak in support of the committee's recommendation for the bill to proceed. So, Madam Speaker, it's kind of interesting to hear the member from opposite stand up for probably the last 10-ish minutes and talk about democracy, socialist mindsets, things like that, and continuously question why we're here talking about this. Well, I would suggest the member could have spent some of that time actually talking about the bill. And what is it in the bill that he supports? And what is it in the bill that he thinks would, advance the well-being of Albertans? He chose not to do that, so I will. So I'd like to talk a little bit about why I do support this and what this bill aims to do. So I'm going to give a little bit of the bill background. So Bill 218, if passed, would require some very detailed consultation. And I think, I think this is a really inspired piece of legislation, and it's inspired really by the absolute failure of this government to do some of the very basic things that they're required to do, and that is to listen to Albertans. So before making some huge changes in this province is to slow down and ask Albertans what is it they want and then listen to their response. So what this bill aims to do is to fill in some of the holes, or to actually underline for this government how to do consultation, how to do it properly, and this legislation sort of bakes it in so that there aren't any more questions, and hopefully this government would use this legislation to do a better job going forward. So I think that we can all recall, going back a little bit now, about what happened around parks and natural land in 2020. So I just quickly checked into, I know the member for Lethbridge West talked about the Defend Alberta Parks, and of course if you live in any town, city or village, you probably have seen these signs. They're pretty much everywhere. I have been to a lot of small communities, a lot of large communities, and they're pretty much everywhere. And so that says a lot, that this isn't an issue that is contained to large urban centers, as the government will often sort of note. This is everywhere. These are Albertans that live all over the province that are saying we are not okay with what went on here. And so in their timeline, if you go to Defend Alberta Parks, to their website, it gives you a bit of a timeline about what happened. So we know that in March of 2020, the Alberta government announced a plan to close and remove parks. So they called that plan optimizing, and I'm saying that, scare quotes, optimizing Alberta parks. And essentially that was to close 20 parks and remove 164 of them from the Alberta park system. Now, I think back to that time, Madam Speaker, as we started to understand the full impact of what this government was proposing, and we started to be more and more concerned by what was coming. One of the things I'm going to relate specifically to the area that I represent, and that is St. Albert. Actually, this particular natural land is in, I think it's in the other riding, it's actually in Sturgeon County, but it's called River Lot 56, and I know that I've spoken at length about what River Lot 56 is. And at the time, actually, the member for Edmonton Gold Bar actually came out to St. Albert to join me, and we had some other friends out there. Yes, it was a field trip, and we had some other friends out to talk about the importance of the land and why people from those communities, from Sturgeon County, from St. Albert, and even from the northern part of North Edmonton, were very concerned that this particular natural area was, the future was uncertain. And what was really funny about that is at the time, the government said, I can remember the Minister for the Environment standing up and just saying again and again, no, we're not doing anything. Really, they're just on this list for whatever reason that he said, which didn't really make sense to anyone. Why single out these areas and put them on a list if you really have no plans to do anything differently with them? Of course, we never did get any answers to those questions. But in any event, River Lot 56 was one of the natural areas that was on that list for different treatment. Now, I wrote letters from my office to the minister at the time asking what the plan was, did not hear back. I asked the minister at the time why he had not consulted with the group that had undertaken the stewardship of that particular piece of land, that natural land, for decades. They had been doing it, I believe, since the 80s. as a volunteer group that had done the work, and the minister said that River Lot 56 was on a list because there was nobody in place to take care of it. It needed a better plan. So, of course, you can imagine the minister never responded when I asked, well, why didn't you contact River Lot 56 Stewards Group? That's literally the name of the group. Why wouldn't you contact them? Talk to them about what's going on there. Of course, you can imagine no answer. The government doesn't like to admit when they make mistakes, and they certainly don't like to fix them. So that was a problem with River Lot 56, and that was just one of the natural lands, or one of the pieces of land that were on that list for who knows what kind of treatment by this government. We have learned the hard way, all of us, not just in this chamber, but Albertans, we have learned the hard way that it's very difficult to trust this government because they are factually incorrect a lot of the time. They like to mislead. They certainly do like to gaslight. And it is very, very difficult to trust what they say, what the government says. And so going back to my original comment is that that's why I think this piece of legislation is so important, that you force consultation, that you define what it looks like. So going back to the website of Defend Alberta Parks, we then moved to November of 2020, where it was changes to park legislation was announced. In a new approach to parks and public lands management, we had the provincial government preparing for major changes to parks and public land legislation. That was right around the time that the campaign ratcheted up. We saw more and more signs, we saw more and more petitions, we saw very prominent people stepping forward, really talking about why this was so dangerous to go down this path. In December 2020, we had optimizing Alberta park sites stay open and protected, and that's where we started to see the effect of public pressure, that Albertans' voices were heard. And the optimizing Alberta Parks plan was reversed, and no parks were removed from the Alberta Park system in 2020. That was because of Albertans, Madam Speaker. And in 2021, our changes to the legislation are expected, and you know what, this will hopefully answer a lot of questions, but we will wait for more details. You know, usually what we hear is stay tuned. So trust me, we are very in tune and staying tuned, and we'll wait to hear what happens. But going back to the legislation, what I particularly liked about this legislation was that it required a consultation to follow a couple of things, to do a few things without question. And this is a consultation process that the government, whichever government, would be required to share notice of the consultation with interested persons at least 7 days prior to the start of consultations. Now, I'm not saying this is something that the government has continuously failed to do, but they have certainly failed on a number of occasions to let people know when consultations are happening. I have no idea why that is, Madam Speaker, if it's just sheer incompetence, or it's a lack of planning, or it's an unwillingness to hear voices from different places with different ideas. I don't know. This legislation would lock in some rules. The consultation must last for a period of at least 60 days, during which time the government has to publish the proposed changes on a publicly accessible website. And I think that's very important, to provide the opportunity for the public to provide written submissions. Now, a consultation for 60 days is, I think, a really good amount. I think that over the last couple of years, and I'm not saying that all consultations or all questions that are asked to the Alberta public have to be open for this amount of time. Perhaps there are simpler ones that can have a shorter period, but I think something this important should at least be given the time for every Albertan who wants to participate to participate. Sadly, I have seen far too many examples of this government wanting to rush through changes that they have on their agenda, and they want to give themselves a little rubber stamp. Oh, hey, look at us, we consulted. Yeah. And it's like a week turnaround where people don't even know that it's happening and it's over. We've seen that again and again. Recent example even was, they even do it with jobs, Madam Speaker. Last time they got rid of the disability advocate that had been there for a couple of years, the inaugural advocate doing that work to set that office up, got rid of him, and they decided to give, I think it was like a week for people to apply. So with a bit of pressure from the opposition, thankfully, they changed that, extended it. So that's just evidence, more evidence, Madam Speaker, that this government needs some rules about how to actually consult, how to actually ask questions to Albertans, and how to actually give them enough time to answer. The other thing that I really quite like is that within 14 days of the last day of the consultation period, the government has to publish a document summarizing the submission.
Any other members wishing to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to add my voice to this debate on the concurrence motion for Bill 218, Provincial Parks Amendment Act 2021. So certainly I would encourage my colleagues all to vote in favor of the concurrence motion because this bill deserves time to be debated in the House. And certainly this private members bill is needed, and that has been demonstrated significantly by what has happened since the UCP became government in 2019. And certainly there's folks far more educated, understanding about concerns in our parks than myself. And there's one group that I did want to refer to, which is the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society. And so this organization works to, their mission really is to safeguard, connect, and expand parks and wilderness through education, engagement, and collaboration. And certainly there's different chapters here in Alberta. There's a Southern Alberta chapter, a Northern Alberta chapter. But of course, their passion, their concern, their mission is to protect parks. And this is not just a provincial organization, but it's actually a national organization. And one of the things that they do, just to really, I guess, give some very clear feedback to governments who are making decisions about what lands need to be protected, how lands are used, is to actually sort of rate them in a report card type fashion. And so just recently, their rating came out, and sadly, we failed here in Alberta under the UCP government. We got an F, which I don't think we can do any worse than that. And so this is an organization that is very learned about understanding what we need to do to protect our parks and wilderness. And so Alberta certainly has done very poorly, according to them. They identify various things that the UCP government has done since being elected in 2019. For example, we all know that in 2020, 175 provincial parks through the Optimizing Alberta Parks process were going to be removed from protected area status. And of course, we know that this was only sort of backtracked on by the UCP government because there was a huge public outcry, a really massive one. And certainly in my riding, there's still a lot of signs up talking about protecting Alberta parks. And so thankfully, in this case, the UCP did listen and they did pull back from that. But we still are in a pretty unclear situation regarding what is the plan, what are the policies of the UCP regarding our protected areas, regarding our provincial parks. And so it's not like we're out of the woods yet. And certainly this organization, which has a depth of understanding of these matters, is very concerned about Alberta because they gave them an extremely low grade. I don't know if is there an F minus, I'm not sure, but F is certainly condemnation of the UCP's decisions in this area. And they talk about other things too, just in 2020, how Alberta revoked its 1976 coal policy, opening up sensitive areas of the eastern slopes to coal exploration and mining. And again, that was gone back on because of some of the public pressure. So Alberta doesn't look very good, certainly in this national report card position. And I think it is something that the UCP should take very seriously. And I think that this private members bill that we're looking at, Bill 218, would go a long way to actually addressing some of the issues that this organization...
I hesitate to interrupt, but under Standing Order 87A.1, which provides up to 5 minutes for the mover to close debate, I would like to invite the Honourable Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addiction to close debate on the motion to concur in the committee report on Bill 218.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Certainly, I'd like to thank the member opposite for bringing this bill forward, Bill 218, the Provincial Parks Protecting Park Boundaries Amendment Act 2021. Certainly as the former chair of the committee, there was certainly very good discussion. There certainly was unanimous, as my good friend behind me had indicated. There was unanimous support from the committee for the bill, so certainly perplexed why there's a bit of a delay in not wanting to have the bill discussed further, especially when it comes to second and third reading, and however the bill is going to proceed through the House. But with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the members for their comments and their support, and I hope collaboratively and without delaying time for private members in the future that we can continue forward and support private members' business. Thank you.
Honourable members, the Honourable Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addiction has requested concurrence in the report on Bill 218, Provincial Parks Protecting Park Boundaries Amendment Act 2021. Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. Honourable members, the Assembly has concurred in the report and the bill will be placed on the order paper for second reading. A division has been called. Honourable members, the division has been called and a motion for concurrence on Bill 218. All those in favour, please stand.
The Honourable Mr. Schweitzer, the Honourable Mr. Madhu, the Honourable Mr. Panda, the Honourable Mr. Shandro, the Honourable Mr. LaGrange, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, Ms. Armstrong-Hominack, Mr. Turton, the Honourable Mr. Orr, the Honourable Mr. Luan, the Honourable Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Yassin, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Rain, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Guthrie, Mr. Yao, Mr. Reid, Mr. Smith, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Newdorf, Mr. Williams, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Hanson, Member Phillips, Ms. Renaud, Ms. Pancholi, Member Irwin, Mr. Nielsen, Ms. Sigurdsson, Mr. Schmidt.
Madam Speaker, total for the motion 37, total against nil.
Honourable members, that is carried. The Assembly has concurred in the report and the bill will be placed on the order paper for second reading. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to request unanimous consent from the Assembly to waive Standing Order 8 and Standing Order 9-1 and proceed immediately to third reading on Bill 207, Reservist Recognition Day Act.
Having heard the question, I will ask one question only. Is there anyone opposed? Please say so now. This carried.
Under Public Bills and Orders other than Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 207, Reservist Recognition Day Act, Mr. Rutherford.
The Honourable Member for Leduc Beaumont.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to Bill 207 in third reading on the Reservist Recognition Act. And as I've stated repeatedly, reservists play an important role in supporting the various operations of Canada's military. This past Thursday, we had the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to reflect on the importance of Canada's military as we remembered the brave men and women who fought for our freedoms. Remembrance Day is not only a time to remember those who died fighting for the freedoms and peace that we enjoy today, it also serves as a day of thanks and gratitude to those in uniform, both past and present, that serve selflessly in the defense of our great nation. It was an honor to attend a ceremony at the Kingsway Cenotaph last Thursday as the military liaison for the Government of Alberta, and also earlier in that week, Madam Speaker, to speak and host the Indigenous Veterans Day ceremony here at the Legislature, where Mr. Wally Sinclair came as our guest of honor, as well as the Lieutenant Governor, to speak and to share his thoughts on what that day meant for him and his own experiences as well. Thank you to everybody who came and attended that on just the front steps of the Legislature here. When I was at the Kingsway Legion on Remembrance Day, it's always moving to hear the speeches and also the poems and prayers that go with it. It is also moving to look out into the audience and see the many people who gather to remember, people of all ages, all walks of life, people who served, people who had family members who served, and people who are just there to pay their respects to all those in the Canadian military. It is always touching to see that, and I'm sure many members of this chamber were also attending ceremonies in their constituencies as well, and thank you for attending those. The members of our Canadian Armed Forces, they're an immensely proud group of people who do a tremendous amount of work and have a lot of dedication and sacrifice for this country. And I have always found, as I've traveled this province and spoke to many serving members and veterans, They're very proud of the reception that they get in Alberta. It is a very welcoming province to our military community. And so everybody should know that. And I think one of the goals, of course, is to try to make sure Alberta remains a leader in doing that, in making sure that the members, the serving members, the families, and the veterans all know that Alberta is very proud of them and very thankful to them. I had the honor of laying a wreath on behalf of the government of Alberta on Remembrance Day, and it's always a reminder when you get up to the cenotaph to take a moment and just to remember everybody who has made an ultimate sacrifice to fight for the freedoms that we all have. And that number stands as high as about 118,000 Canadians who have made that ultimate sacrifice, Madam Speaker. From the reservists, of course, they encompass the Air Force, Navy, Army, and everyone else a part of the Canadian Forces. Canada is blessed to have such a remarkable group of people fighting on its behalf. And that is why I am proud to have been afforded the opportunity to bring forward a piece of legislation that thanks a segment of our military by making their ability to serve a little bit easier. In Canada, there are just under 30,000 reservists in total between the Navy, Army, and Air Force, which makes up about a third of Canada's military total. And specifically in Alberta, Madam Speaker, we have about 2,300 reservists split between 3 divisions that I mentioned, including the cadets, which I've talked about before, something that I should have taken part in. I think that would have been a fantastic experience, but I'll make sure to encourage my children to do it. I think they will benefit from it. And this bill, I believe, will have a positive impact on those reservists as well, through reducing the period of employment from to 12 weeks, from 26, and the reservists can have the opportunity to utilize their skills faster when they are called upon. It is imperative to reduce those barriers to get the assistance that is needed. And while I'm thrilled to see that the House accepted that amendment, it's also important to recognize other parts of this bill, of course, and that is the recognition and the thank you to the reservists, which would be held on the last Saturday of September, which will serve as the recognition for Reservist Day, and that will line up with national initiatives that already exist. And a part of our job, of course, is to speak on behalf of the people that we represent and to highlight this important work that is going on in our communities and all those folks that have served this country. And I think both sides of the House have done a good job on shining a light on the importance of the reservists to the military and the importance of the military as a whole. Given that the government of Alberta is the largest employer of reservists, this is evidence of how much our province values the skills, leadership, and devotion to community that make reservist members so valuable to our society. And of course, I could continue on about that, but part of this bill is to highlighting the unique skill set of reservists and what they bring to employers, and to try to help show to both the public sector employers and private sector the unique skill sets of reservists in leadership, in teamwork, in dedication, and that training that they receive from the Canadian Armed Forces can be utilized in their organizations. There is a trade-off. There will be time away training. There will be time away on deployments. But that trade-off should come back in full and then some, based on the person that you are getting in your organization. And I think that's something that I want recognized and really highlighted, is the overall benefit to an employer to hiring a reservist and supporting them. Not only is it a benefit to the province, because reservists, of course, have in times of need responded to crisis in this province, Fort McMurray fires, the Calgary floods being some of them. But we'll see those kinds of deployments across the country. It's a testament to their hard work and dedication, not only to Albertans, but Canadians, and to fighting for us abroad. I think that one of the things that the government has also done, I think, is important, is the Alex Dakota Award of Honor. Now, I brought this up at the Indigenous Veterans Day ceremony on Monday to highlight that award that was brought forward by the Minister of Advanced Education, to really just speak to what that meant to our current serving members and their families, and to highlight the fact that when I joined the Edmonton Police Service, Alex Dakota was one of the first officers that I learned about. He was the first Indigenous officer in the Edmonton Police Service. He was an extremely gifted athlete and also served in the First World War and was killed by a German sniper, I believe, October 30th, 1917 in Passchendaele, if I have that correct off the top of my head. And in learning about the Edmonton Police Service's history, but then our own history here in the province, we can really learn and the stories that people, what people sacrificed. If you can think of a promising future for somebody like Alex Dakota, being a police officer, being an extremely gifted athlete, stepping up in a time of need and crisis, and paying the ultimate sacrifice. And of course, we need to say thank you to the people who have done that, and to recognize those efforts. And the Alex Dakota Award of Honor is one way to do that. And I know the government has pursued other grant funding for PTSD treatment, 3MDR. It was recently, I think, highlighted in I think it was a CTV article where they talked about the benefits of this and the collaboration amongst other countries and universities on this treatment. And I'd be happy to table that at another time, that article. But the government has provided funding and grant funding for that research, which is going to be so important because we know that it's not just enough to say thank you, but we also know that there can be physical and mental injuries from deployment, from training, and from being overseas, that we need to be able to look after these folks. And I was given the opportunity to observe one treatment actually with 3MDR, and it was very powerful to watch. I thank the individual who was receiving a therapy treatment and allowed what was basically a stranger to sit in the room and to observe it. But it really solidified for me the need to get additional supports for that as well. And I'm happy that the government responded with supporting High Marks. There's been a number of other initiatives to support our veterans and the our current serving members and their families as well. But as I sort of get closer to the 10-minute mark here, I won't have time to highlight them all, but to just go over some of them, the ways the province has stepped up to say thank you and to provide supports. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any other members wishing to join the debate on Bill 207? Seeing the honourable member for Livingston-McLeod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to rise today and speak to Private Members Bill 207, Reservist Recognition Day Act. Especially privileged to be able to stand today in light of just the opportunity to have been home for Constituent Week last week and to celebrate and remember Remembrance Day with many of our veterans. And last Thursday, I had the opportunity to celebrate three services in the Crow's Nest Pass, one in Blairmore, one in Bellevue, and one at Coleman, which is Legion Branch number 9. And I believe it's actually the oldest Legion in the province. And I was told the reason it's not branch number 1 is that they want it to be number 9 to commemorate and honor the 9 individuals that helped found that Legion in Coleman. But the reason I bring that up is actually I was able to sit at the table with a young man named Travis and his wife Sky. We met for the first time on Thursday. But Travis got his career in the military started by serving as a reservist. He then went on to enlist and served a tour of duty in Afghanistan. And it was an amazing time to be able to sit with him before the service and hear a little bit about his story and how important Remembrance Day is for him as a veteran. And so I think to stand and talk about the Reservist Recognition Day Act today and talk about how important it is for us to commemorate that day for those that serve as reservists is important. So again, I want to thank the honourable member and all those that worked to put this legislation together and bring it before us as the Assembly. And I do truly have the deepest respect for those that serve as members of our military, whether the reservists or active duty. Madam Speaker, it's come to my attention that Alberta is home to over 2,300 reservists, and these brave men and women play a huge role in our society in many ways on top of their service to the military. The majority of our reservists, of course, are gainfully employed and hold jobs or they are enrolled in post-secondary studies, but they still find time to serve in our great province through their volunteer work. And this was on display here in the province, both during the Fort McMurray fires and the Slave Lake Forest fires, as well as many other tragic events in our province. These individuals were certainly the first in line to help in any way they can. I also want to highlight that the date chosen for Reservist Recognition Day correlates to the Reserve's open house. The open house is an opportunity for people to visit the facilities, to learn exactly what it is the reservists do. It also allows people to learn how to get involved if they wish to do so. Madam Speaker, I'm very proud of the fact that right here in Edmonton, the University of Alberta has many different programs and awards in place to help and to benefit those who serve as our reservists. One in particular is the Heroes in Mind Advocacy and Research Consortium, which recently was awarded $362,000. This money is going towards developing web-based resources to build resilience among our first responders, such as military members, law enforcement, and other emergency service individuals. This expanded clinical trial to treat post-traumatic stress disorder. The U of A has also received $200,000 in grant money to collaborate with Heroes in Mind to better equip military members, veterans, and public safety personnel to implement resilience building skills. This program will have different core modules for each specific group, whether they be police officers, military, first responders, etc. They will be using advanced technologies to maximize engagement and implement the uptake of their material. And while these programs are great, this government strongly believes that there's still more that we can do for our reservists. These are some of the most honorable people you will ever find, and they deserve support from all of us in any way we can give it. Madam Speaker, one way I believe we can help is by lowering the number of weeks an individual has to work before they are eligible for reservist leave. As it stands right now, it's set at 24 weeks before they are eligible. But we hope to lower this down to 12 days. Whether it be that these brave men and women are deployed or require training, we want to make sure they are able to do so, both in order to keep us safe and to ensure that they are able to keep their jobs. Reservist leave is extremely important as it allows our military members to take time off work without pay and without the risk of losing their employment. Employers must grant reservist leave to eligible employees and guarantee they're the same or equivalent job once they return. Employees on reservist leave are considered to be continuously employed for the purpose of calculating their years of service. Reservist leave is a great thing and one that our military members certainly deserve. Many of these individuals have families that they provide for, and this helps. With that being said, it doesn't mean it's perfect, and that's why we hope to cut the required 24 consecutive weeks employment down to just 12. Madam Speaker, while we are looking at recognizing our reservists and making changes to help benefit them, it's important that we also make sure to take the time to recognize them on specific dates. We know we just celebrated Veterans Week this last week from November 5th to 11th, as well as Remembrance Day itself on November 11th, in which we honor all those who have served, both past and present. There are other days that are not as widely known or celebrated, but still deserve our attention. One is Canadian Armed Forces Day, which is celebrated annually on the first Sunday of June. This date was established in April 2002 and is a date in which we celebrate Canada's armed services, their heritage, and their personnel. Another is the month of the military child, which is celebrated every April. It is meant to both show and recognize the important role that military children play in the armed forces community. While we all recognize and respect our military members, we often forget the sacrifices the families of these individuals are forced to make. These children also show great courage and deserve our admiration and our utmost respect. One simple way we can do this is to wear purple on Purple Day, which takes place annually on April 15th. Madam Speaker, being able to speak here with my colleagues in regards to the Reservist Resignation Day Act is a major honor for myself. Again, I have the deepest respect for our military members, and I know the same goes for those sitting here in the chamber with me today. I would like to thank again the Honourable Member and all those that worked so hard to put this bill together, and I do encourage all members of this House to vote in favour of Private Members Bill 207. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any other members wishing to join the debate on Bill 207? Seeing the Honourable Member for Grand Prairie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise this afternoon and speak in support of Bill 207. And I'd like to take this opportunity again to thank my colleague and friend, the Honourable Member for Leduc-Beaumont, for doing the work to bring this forward, particularly in his role as military liaison. I appreciate the work that he's done to highlight the great work of these men and women who serve our communities. And I have a history in my family of military men and women in service, both active service and reservist service. Even here in the province of Alberta, I have a cousin who's in the reserves, and I have learned so much from talking to him about the sacrifices that are made, the time commitment, and even the way that reservists support other critical initiatives across the province, things like emergency response and crisis. I'm thinking of, I believe the Fort McMurray floods were assisted by reservists, as well as the Fort McMurray fires and the floods in Calgary in 2013. So I just wanted to say thank you to reservists across the province and quite frankly across the country for the work that they do. And I know that part of the work on this bill had to do with taking the leave time down from 26 weeks to 12 weeks to allow reservists to go on leave more quickly from their jobs. I think that's a really important addition and amendment to the bill as we look to supporting reservists in the work that they do and the training that they are required to have in order to serve our great province and in fact our great country. I too had the honor and the pleasure of serving alongside family members in multiple Remembrance Day services over the last several years, and I can't tell you how important that is to honor and remember our veterans. And I think about those that are often forgotten in the process, those that are the unseen, quiet, behind-the-scenes heroes, those in the reserves that are there to serve in crisis at a moment's notice. They often put in a lot of time in training, a lot of volunteer time, time on the weekends, time away from friends and family. There are moms and dads, brothers and sisters, neighbors and friends, and I'm just so grateful for the work that our reservists do here in the province. I also wanted to talk a little bit about some of the other initiatives. Most of our reservists, I think, are working full-time in the private sector, in civilian jobs, or else they're in post-secondary studies. And I wanted to thank, again, the member for Leduc-Beaumont for some of his work around supporting veterans and supporting reservists in integrating into society, and for some of them that have struggled with PTSD, ways to retrain to re-enter the workforce. I'm really grateful for the work that's been done by this government in supporting and recognizing the great work of these men and women and the role that they play not only in a crisis but also in everyday life. We take for granted that when we need them, they'll be there. And I'm so grateful to know that they are in fact there and training actively and ready for duty on a moment's notice. And I see the honourable member has risen with an intervention.
There are no interventions on private members' business.
Oh, no interventions on private members' business. Okay. I was excited to hear it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Anyway, as I was saying, I just wanted to thank my colleague for bringing this bill forward. I think it's an important piece of legislation to elevate the role that reservists play in our society and the safety of our society and in the ability to have that capacity when needed to respond to emergencies, both here and abroad. And I was thinking about the history, even in my family, all the way back to World War I. I have a great uncle that passed away. My grandfather's uncle passed away at Passchendaele in Flanders Fields, and it's been a story passed down for generations in our family. And although I never got to meet him, it's certainly a source of pride for our family that we have sacrificed in the name of freedom. And I think, if I think about our world today and all the challenges before us, one of the things that I think we can all agree on in this House and in this province is that we here in Alberta really value our freedom, and I'm so grateful for the men and women who have literally laid their lives on the line for our freedoms. So grateful for them in the past and certainly in the present. So I don't have a lot more to say about the bill. I think I was speaking in private members' business a couple of weeks ago and got interrupted with the time cutoff, but that's pretty much all I had to say, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to thank again the member from Leduc-Beaumont and send a heartfelt thank you to all the reservists across the province for the critical work that you do and the way that you are willing to step up on a moment's notice to support. And I'm happy to support Bill 207, the Reservist Recognition Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any other members wishing to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Decourt.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to add some final thoughts here to our discussion around Bill 207, the Reservist Recognition Act. A bill that I certainly can put my full support behind, and of course I do thank the member for Leduc-Beaumont for bringing this bill forward to be able to recognize our reservists here in the province. You know, I guess just listening to people, and I think about my own family and their military history as well. My grandfather on my mother's side served very proudly in both world wars, both as a combat soldier as well as a prison guard for prisoners of war. Both of my parents also were active Air Force members, and I guess decided before I came on the scene that they would maybe leave that part of the life behind, assuming that I was going to cause great difficulties for them after that. So there's definitely a history of military, and I certainly was kind of headed down that road before I had made some other choices. But you know, I think given the timing of this bill, having it just been Remembrance Day, getting a chance to pass this, I think is a very good thing. Like the member for Leduc-Beaumont, I also was able to attend Remembrance Day at the Kingsway Legion with my good friend from Edmonton, Manning, which the Legion there calls home within Manning. So it was great, as the member said, seeing so many different people out there showing their support, showing their recognition, showing their gratitude for the veterans, for the members that serve currently, and all that they do for us, whether that be in a combat theater, whether that be in a crisis situation here in our province. They're always ready to step up. It was also great to see a couple of helicopters from 408 Squadron that did a flyby at the same time. And I will absolutely stick, and pun intended, Madam Speaker, to my guns, that the flight simulator over at the Canadian Forces Base, Nemeo, for 408 is not as easy as it looks. I would have thought as a video gamer, and I could just get in there and shoot up all the bad guys, but no, it is much, much more difficult than that. But, you know, I will take just a quick opportunity, you know, because I'm so grateful for all of these heroes, to also thank some of our other heroes that we have here in the province of Alberta, our frontline healthcare worker heroes that are out there each and every day for hours and hours on end, battling COVID-19, our first responders that are getting those initial calls, and quite frankly, everybody that's involved in trying to get past this pandemic. They're all heroes in my mind, each and every day, trying to keep Albertans safe, trying to keep food on their tables. I'm so very grateful for them as well. And so, you know, I think back, and as I said, I've been on the record on this. I've always felt that we've just never really done enough for our veterans, be it when they're coming home from a theater of combat, and how to help them to be able to come home and settle in. I've always thought that we've not done a very good job at that. We've had to do better. And I think back, of course, when you know, the NDP were government, and some of the things that we were able to do with the advocacy of my good friend from Edmonton, Castle Downs, opening up the Veteran Service Centre and transitional housing for homeless veterans, which, you know, leads me to the Homes for Heroes project, which, believe it or not, the ribbon cutting for that project will be on November 25th. So I'm very, very excited to be able to attend that and to see that project finally come to fruition, because that's going to mean a lot for homeless veterans, both either regular forces or reservists to be able to take part in and, be welcomed back in a way that supports them with what they need to be able to, defeat some of the challenges that they face each and every day. Thinking about some of the legislation that was passed in 2016 around post-traumatic stress disorder, the Awareness Day on June 27th. There was also increased supports around PTSD service dogs for military and first responders, and specific agencies that also support these individuals as well. Granting high school credits for Indigenous youth who completed the Bold Eagle program. So the reason I'm mentioning some of these things, Madam Speaker, is my hope is that the government will take this private member's bill to heart and will not just stop there, because it's not enough just to simply recognize the work that reservists have done. It's not enough to recognize, the struggles that they may face. We also have to do something about it. And my hope is that this bill will be a catalyst for that, for those programs to continue to keep funding these initiatives to help our reservists. One of the questions I did have throughout the debate, I was hoping for a bit of an answer for it, was around the changes we made in the amendment from 26 consecutive weeks to 12. Again, I was fully supportive of that change, but it would have been nice to have heard back about what some of the businesses were thinking around that, what they thought might have been challenges with that. Again, I'm not saying that we should have not done that, because we should have, and we will. But if there is challenges, how could the government step up to be able to help these businesses through that, should it actually pose a bit of a significant challenge for them? So again, I was very supportive of that amendment, and I believe that, that's going to help individuals around making the decision to become reservists. But again, hoping that Bill 207 will be a catalyst for these kinds of changes. I think about the deal that was just struck today around childcare, how that is going to help our military personnel, our reservists, because sometimes it's childcare that can be a barrier to that. And, I remember our government providing one of the $25 a day childcare centers up in the Coal Lake area for Fort Coldwing and the Military Resource Center there. So, hopefully, again, we see those kinds of changes continue, and how can we make them better to reduce those barriers so that people will look, at life in the reservists as a very viable and almost easy thing to do, because they won't have all of these things over here with which to worry about, allowing them to make that decision to be able to serve and help Albertans and Canadians as a whole. So I think, Madam Speaker, I will probably conclude my comments at that time. My hope is that every member will overwhelmingly support Bill 207 going forward, and that, again, the current government of Alberta will take it to heart, not just simply as a way to, do the least and just, support recognition, but to continue to support our veterans in any way, shape, or form that we can as a province. Don't wait for the federal government to step up. We can do this ourselves here in the province of Alberta, and I'm very much looking forward to getting the opportunity to vote in favor of Bill 207 and seeing it proclaimed here in the province of Alberta.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Klein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor here today to stand before you and speak to Bill 207, the Reservist Recognition Day Act. And I just wanted to take a moment to start off by thanking the strong men and women that have served and continue to serve this great country and province. And secondly, I wanted to thank everybody who played a role in bringing this bill to this chamber here today. It has the potential to impact and greatly benefit Albertans and across our province. Growing up, men and women who served were my heroes, larger-than-life characters. I remember spending countless hours with the house leader, crawling around the yard and through the back alley in our camouflage and playing with sticks, all in an effort to be more like them. And as a young man, I aspired to join the Army, recognizing that it was a way to serve my country and put myself forward to defend freedom and the values with which our country stands for. However, it became very clear that a person who's half blind did not necessarily make the best soldier. So now, as a father, I am filled with gratitude for the sacrifice of so many in defense of freedom and our way of life, and I stand forever grateful that my children can grow up in a world that does not know the horror of war and the tyranny that too many have faced throughout our history. And I'm happy to say that younger me was right. The men and women who serve our country are heroes. That is why I have the utmost respect for our reservist men and women because of their strength, dedication, and bravery. Each of these individuals is someone's son, daughter, brother, sister, mother, and or father. These individuals put themselves at risk for everyone in this room and the rest of Alberta in this country, and that sacrifice is so great. Bill 207 changes the current reservist leave format to make it easier for these incredible individuals. Reservist leave allow for military members to take time off work without the risk of losing their job. Employees must grant this, ensuring that the current position or equivalent is given back to them when they return to work. As of right now, the reservist leave is set at 24 weeks before they are eligible. We hope to lower that number to 12 weeks to best support our military members. Whether these men or women are deployed or require training, we want to make sure that they can do both and keep our community safe as well as keep their jobs. Reservist leave is a great thing and one that our military members certainly deserve. Many of these individuals have families that they need to provide for, and this helps them with that. The government of Alberta is the largest employer of reservist force members, as we recognize the strong leadership skills and exceptional contribution that these individuals bring to our communities. With that being said, I believe it is essential to move from 24 weeks to 12 weeks to better support our military members and their families. This amendment would not change the total number of days, but rather the parameters for eligibility. This change would bring Alberta in line with other jurisdictions at 12 weeks before eligibility. There are upwards of 2,300 reservists between Alberta's Army, Air Force, and Naval Reserve units. Reservists support our communities through our natural disaster situations. For example, they supported the Slave Lake and Fort McMurray fires, and in 2013, the Calgary floods, which I know we all appreciated. This is incredibly close to my home, and it's very important to my constituents in Calgary-Klein and for all Calgarians that they were able to help throughout that crisis. Not to mention, they participate in global operations alongside regular forces members in Latvia, Ukraine, and they have also participated in world wars, volunteered and participated in Afghanistan and countries on other humanitarian causes throughout history. Their commitment shows no bounds. I am proud of the many initiatives and programs that Military Liaison does to support reservists. Our Military Liaison does to support reservists. One of our Military Liaison's initiatives is our Heroes in Mind Advocacy and Research Consortium at the University of Alberta was awarded $362,000 to develop web-based resources to build resilience among first responders such as our military members, law enforcement, and other emergency services, and explain clinical trials to treat post-traumatic stress disorder. Other examples look at the 2-year pilot program with a $714,000 grant at the University of Alberta to develop academic, social, and mental health supports for our veterans pursuing a post-secondary education as part of their transition back into civilian life. Madam Speaker, while as Albertans we are so thankful for the work our reservists do, we often forget what they do daily. Calgary alone has 6 reserve bases. They are the 41st Canadian Brigade Group, the 41st Service Battalion, 41st Combat Engineer Regiment, 41st Signal Regiment, and the Calgary Highlanders. And last but not least, the King's Own Calgary Regiment. It is essential to realize the contributions of these individuals and their families make to our communities, to give them the undoubted recognition that they deserve. There are specific dates we make recognition, such as the Military Family Day, which was observed on September 20th, 2019, Veterans Week, which is November 5th to the 11th, and Remembrance Day, of course, November 11th. We also recognize April as the month of the military child. These sacrifices seen throughout individuals, families, and children see huge impacts, and they deserve our recognition. Another important day is the Reservist Recognition Day. That date chosen for the Reservist Recognition Day correlates with the Reserve Open House, which provides the opportunity for people to visit their facilities and learn about what they can do and how people can get involved. I have the utmost respect for our military members. Being thankful and giving recognition to our members and families is not merely enough. That is why I firmly believe that lowering the eligibility for the reservist leave to 12 weeks is essential to both our community and the well-being of our military men and women and their families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any other members wishing to join the debate? Seeing the honourable member for Lethbridge East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I rise today to support Bill 207, the Reservist Recognition Day Act, my thoughts go back to last week, Remembrance Day, and the significant events that take place on that day for many years here in Canada. And I just want to reflect on that because I think it helps us create context and the honor that's intended to the reservists in this bill. On Remembrance Day in Lethbridge, anyways, we had quite a beautiful day. It was right around 0 degrees, but beautiful and sunny. And it's always incredibly moving to see the hundreds of people that come out and observe a few moments of silence and to recognize those that fought and died and paid the ultimate sacrifice for our country. It's so important. It's something that we really believe in, and it's meaningful that people take the time out of their days to come and show that respect that's due. This year we had, because of the fine weather, and we were able to see it more readily than years past, we had a number of fighter jets fly over precisely at 11 o'clock, and flying in formation, hearing the bagpipes, and some of those kind of acts. It was a very, very moving time. Probably struck me very, very hard. One of our former MLAs for Lethbridge had passed away just recently, and MLAs and MPs and other dignitaries often attend these kinds of events. So it was just a very, very powerful event for me this year. It's something that we do together. I have the honor of attending this event with the honourable member from Lethbridge West. She often brings her children to this event, and we lay a wreath together. There are many things that we would not necessarily agree on as part of our free and democratic society. Her favorite color may be orange, and my favorite color may be blue. But on that day, we do stand up together and honor those who have fought and served. And we show cooperation in that level. So that's something that I'm very proud of, that there are these kind of events and these kind of days that supersede whatever debates that we may have in this chamber. And then afterwards, many of us go to our local Legion and sit down with members and veterans who have served, and reservists and others that just feel that connection to that place. And we take the time to eat and drink and talk and hear their stories. And it's amazing what they continue to do in our communities. So I'm very, very proud of that. And I do believe that this bill Bill 207 would do the same for our reservists. And we have a number of incredible individuals in Lethbridge that serve in our 20th Independent Field Battery, the Royal Canadian Artillery, the Canadian Armed Reserve Unit, right there in Lethbridge. And I've had the opportunity to tour their facility and walk and talk with them. These individuals, as has been shared by my colleague from Grand Prairie and other colleagues already, they often have very full lives before they seek to further give back to their communities by serving in the reserves. So in 2019, our continued support for the role of military liaison, aiming to strengthen the relationship between the Government of Alberta and the Canadian Armed Forces. I'm very happy for the member from Leduc-Beaumont in the way that he serves in that role and continually works hard to make sure that that communication is happening, that work is happening. A key aspect of this role in which he serves is the focus on helping military families transition to living within this province. They may have served all over the world. They may have served all over our great country. And then if they do choose to settle down and retire or spend further time in Alberta, his role is to continue to liaise with them and make sure that they are getting all the supports that they need. Madam Speaker, many of these military families are those of our reserve forces. In Alberta, there are upwards of 2,300 reservists between the Army, the Air Force, and the Naval Reserve units. For those who might not be aware, the Military Reserve Force is a military organization composed of citizen soldiers who combine a military role with a civilian career. Reservists are capable and brilliant people who, on top of their military responsibilities, often work a full-time job in the civilian workforce, or they attend post-secondary school. Many of our reservists in Lethbridge will attend either the Lethbridge College or the University of Lethbridge on a full-time or part-time basis and serve in addition to that. These individuals are a huge asset to any workforce or any post-secondary and are exemplary members of their communities. Their discipline, their service, their outward focus in their lives is clearly evident in everything that they do. Reservists receive the same training as full-time soldiers, but instead are available on reserve to aid when needed. The Reserve Force is an integral part, an integral component of our Canadian Armed Forces. Reserve forces have often been used historically during periods of war to supply personnel and increase the size of a peacetime standing army. One of my previous neighbors served in the reserves for many years, and it was an honor to see him last Thursday and spend some time catching up for the years of service that he put in as a reservist. And he often spent time to increase that peacetime standing army size for different maneuvers that were around the world. Reserve forces are a critical military asset as they are an available means of drastically increasing that size of the military available. Without having to have them on the payroll all the time, they work in reserve. And it is an incredibly important part of our military to be able to call on these people in times of need. Reservists are also critical in the response to domestic crisis. The brave men and women who make up Alberta's reservists are always ready to jump up and answer the call to action in times of need, in Alberta and across our country. Alberta's reservists were among those to answer the call during the Calgary floods in 2013. These brave men and women were also among those who provided aid during the Fort McMurray wildfires in 2016. Reserve forces also responded to the COVID-19 crisis in long-term care homes in Ontario and Quebec at the outset of the pandemic. Madam Speaker, Bill 207 seeks to honor these incredible Albertans by increasing the public awareness of the invaluable contributions that reservists of the Canadian Armed Reserve Forces make to communities they reside and serve in, and recognizing the important role of reservists in protecting the safety and security of all Albertans. They recognize the service of reservists deployed in international and domestic operations, and honoring the sacrifices made by reservists past and present. So Bill 207, the Reservist Recognition Day Act, seeks to accomplish these goals by establishing the last Saturday of September of each year as a Reservist Recognition Day. Madam Speaker, Albertan reservists are always available to answer the call when their neighbours, both domestic and international, require their assistance. This often comes at great personal sacrifice to their families and their lives. These emergencies don't happen on a calendar, Madam Speaker. They happen at whatever time they happen, and literally these reservists drop everything to answer that call. I'm very, very proud to support this legislation, and I thank my colleague from Leduc Beaumont for the work that he's done in bringing it forward, and I hope everybody would join us in supporting it and making this bill a reality. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Other members wishing to join the debate? Seeing the Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to rise in this House, and as I always like to do the first time I'm back in the week, just obviously give a huge shout out to all those folks who are on the front lines, including those working in healthcare. We know that it's been an incredibly trying time, and it continues to be. And, you know, on this historic day, I have to give a shout out to childcare workers. Childcare workers who are working all across this province, but many in my riding of Edmonton Highlands Norwood, including at Boyle Street Plaza at the Stollery Child Care Centre, where the announcement was made today. I was watching with a bit of FOMO as I saw the large group of folks at that child care centre. They do incredible work, so shout out to them and to all the child care workers who've faced some pretty challenging conditions and have done amazing work for our kids and families. So I've had an opportunity actually to speak to Bill 207 many times. In fact, I think I've spoken to it at second and at committee, and now I'm here speaking to it at third as well. And I think, you know, we can agree, and I've shared this multiple times in the House, that we are all so grateful for those who've served our country, and including those who've served in the reserves. And you know, like many folks have shared today in the chamber, I too had an opportunity to attend a service in my riding. So in my riding of Edmonton Highlands Norwood, we have one Legion not too far from my house, in fact right near Commonwealth Stadium, where there's going to be a pretty significant soccer game tomorrow evening, and that's the Norwood Legion. And the Norwood Legion has really been an institution in our riding, and they actually weren't going to have a ceremony this year. Just, you know, so much going on and COVID worries and whatnot. But they decided pretty last minute to do so. And so I saw actually that morning, I thought, oh my goodness, this is going to be, you know, another year without a ceremony to attend in my riding. And I saw that morning that they were in fact going forward with one. So I cruised on over, not too far from my house. And for those of you who've been to Remembrance Day ceremonies year after year here in Alberta, you know it's often some of the coldest weather. And it was incredibly beautiful this year in Edmonton. It was gorgeous, and there was actually a really huge crowd outside the Legion gathered, and so I was proud to see that. And I spoke with some of the veterans and active service members who attended as well, and had some really great conversations. You know, and I've shared, and I was talking to some of the folks with the Legion there too. Just, you know, having been an air cadet. Spent many a winter in Barrhead, standing at the cenotaph, and definitely built some character. As you know, you start in cadets when you're 12 and just shiver out there. And as I've said before, it's a pretty insignificant sacrifice to make. But you know, the member from Beaumont, Leduc Beaumont, just mentioned that he wishes he had been in cadets, and I can tell you, as I've said many times in this chamber, it was a really incredible way for me as a youngster in a small town to learn about not just number of things like in that case learning about flight and flying. Many of my fellow cadets got their pilot's license. As I've shared before, I have terrible vision, and so I would not have gotten far with that. but also just, the leadership side of things. And I shared, to connect it to Bill 207, I shared that, when I was a cadet, we had actually a number of volunteers who were veterans. I remember actually there was a fellow who had served in the reserves as well, and shared their knowledge with us. And of course, every time, attending a summer camp or, going to various camps across the province, just having that opportunity to learn from folks who had served. And I look back on that fondly, and of course, I think now one of the best things we can do is obviously, remember the sacrifice of folks. Also, commit to do better, because we've had, I'm certainly not someone who's going to glorify war or anything like that, because it actually the pastor at the ceremony in Norwood talked about this too, just that opportunity to look forward and to do better, right, and to reflect on what led us to conflict in the past, right? So these are conversations that we need to have, and I think young people, it was very heartwarming, for lack of a better word, to see many young people at the ceremony, the service that I was at Norwood Legion, and I saw some of the coverage from City Hall and from, look at my colleague from Edmonton Decor who went to Kingsway, lots of young folks and families there as well, and it's a really important educational opportunity, right? And perhaps it's a social studies teacher in me too, who just always thinks about this is an opportunity, Bill 207, to have that conversation about how we do right by our veterans and by those who've served. And as I shared as early as I think second reading on this bill, it is incredibly important. We're here, we've stood in support of this bill, and so I'll couch my criticism by saying it's not a criticism of this, but it's pause for us to really reflect on how we treat our veterans and those who've served, whether in the reserves or elsewhere, moving forward. And so, yes, while we want to recognize them, we want that recognition to be more than just a day, to be more than just symbolic, I should say. And so that starts with things like investments in housing, right? We know for a fact that there are countless houseless veterans out there, veterans who come back who struggle.
Interrupt, but according to Standing Order 87A which provides up for 5 minutes for the sponsor of the private member's bill to close debate, I would like to invite the honourable member for Leduc-Beaumont to close debate on Bill 207.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the comments from the member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood. I imagine she enjoyed her time in the cadets, which again, jealous that I did not participate in the cadets as well. But when we talk about the need to do more than just a recognition day, I wholeheartedly agree with that, and I would like to thank the government for their support of veterans, of families and current serving members, the Minister of Advanced Education, the Minister of Associate Mental Health, Minister of Service Alberta. When you buy the license plate, the Support Our Troops license plate, that money goes to the Canadian Forces Morale and Welfare Services, which helps directly helps families and serving members and veterans as well for things that they are in need of. We've had good conversations with the Minister of Education, Minister of Health, the Premier, and the Minister of Seniors and Housing. Lots of different ministries within this government. I imagine the support is wholeheartedly from the government, but directly from those ministries that have all provided their time and efforts to try to provide services to support families and veterans in this province. And we've had success with that. The veteran-friendly campus that the member from Calgary-Klein has spoken about, which is going to support veterans in post-secondary education. OSICAN, right out of the Leduc Legion, grant funding to support peer-to-peer programs that are popping up all across the province as the stigma around mental health begins to drop and continues to drop. There are many people reaching out for support, and they're doing it within their own communities, and say the veteran community in this case. And there are people facilitating that, and I thought it was important to make sure that the facilitators were trained in providing that kind of support. So as I went out to figure out, okay, what can I do about this? Turns out a group right out of Leduc was already well ahead of me, which is great to see, and to provide them funding so that they can continue to provide that training across the province. And I think that they're reaching beyond just the borders of Alberta. And Homes for Heroes was brought up by the member from Edmonton Decor, which is happening, I believe, in your riding or close to. And I was proud to have the government of Alberta support that initiative with just over $1 million, but also the support of the city of Edmonton with that as well. As we talk about the need to help veterans who are homeless, the transitional housing that already exists in Calgary with the Homes for Heroes Village, they have shown success there. That is being replicated in Edmonton, and that organization, of course, is going across the country and trying to replicate that program in many other cities. I think it's a way for veterans to be able to come together, to support one another, to have not-for-profits in those areas support them as well, and to work on getting back on their feet, which is ultimately what they want to be able to do, is to be able to support themselves. And one of the neat things about being the military liaison for the provincial government is I've gotten to go to different bases across this province, see some really cool things, a live tank exercise in Suffield, which I'll never forget, which was pretty cool, but also to be able to drive around Cold Lake, get the tour of the Cold Lake Air Base, but also look for the house that my mom grew up in. My mom was a military child who moved all across this country, as my grandfather was in the Air Force and in the military police as well. And it's a neat experience to be able to look for those things, to be able to hear her stories as a military child, and to be able to take that information, take that in, and then hear from families today about what their experience is like, what it's like for their children, and then to be able to do this work and to support them has been a real honor for me. And I want to thank also that the government has been extremely receptive to hearing the concerns that I bring forward, and to also provide tangible supports, which we have seen in the initiatives that they've supported throughout the last few years, is that this government deeply cares about our military community, and I appreciate that, and I will continue to advocate for them, and thank the government of Alberta, but also thank our military families, veterans, and serving members as well. Thank you.
Members, all those in favor of the motion for third reading of Bill 207, the Reservists Recognition Day Act as proposed by the Honourable Member for Leduc Beaumont, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. A division has been called. Ring the bells.
Honorable members, a division has been called on third reading of Bill 207, Reservists Recognition Day Act, as proposed by the honorable member for Leduc Beaumont. All those in favor of third reading, please rise.
Honorable Mr. Schweitzer, Honorable Mr. Madu, Honorable Mr. Panda, Honorable Mr. Shandro, Honorable Minister LaGrange, Honorable Mr. McIver, Honorable Mrs. Sawney, Honorable Mr. Glubish, Ms. Armstrong-Hominack, Mr. Turton, Honorable Mr. Orr, Honorable Mr. Luan, Honorable Ms. Pond, Honorable Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Scow, Honorable Mr. Nally, Honorable Mr. Ellis, Honorable Mr. Yassin, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Rain, Mr. Guthrie, Mr. Yao, Mr. Reed, Mr. Smith, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Newdorf, Mr. Williams, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Rosewell, Mrs. Pitt, Mr. Hanson, Member Phillips, Mr. Sabier, Ms. Renaud, Ms. Pancholi, Member Irwin, Mr. Nielsen, Ms. Sigurdsson, Mr. Schmidt, and Mr. Barnes.
All those opposed, please rise.
Speaker, total for the motion 42, total against nil.
Honorable members, that motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 207, Reservist Recognition Day Act, is now read a third time. Under motions other than government motions, motion other than a government motion 521, Mr. Sabier.
The Honourable the Member for Calgary-McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move private member motion as on order paper 521. And I will begin my remarks by quoting the Premier himself. On April 8, 2020, the Premier told Albertans, and I quote, "I'm the Premier and therefore ultimately responsible for the government of Alberta's response to this public health emergency," end quote. "I am responsible," he said. I hope that all members will keep those words in mind and remember that all this motion does is hold the Premier to the standard he asked to hold him to. The motion is about the fourth wave of the COVID-19 in Alberta. By any measure, this wave has been a catastrophe. We have had tens of thousands of active cases at once, thousands of new cases every day. The infection rate in Alberta in September was 10 times higher than Ontario. Our hospitals and intensive care units have been packed full of COVID patients. This meant that tens of thousands of Albertans had their life-saving surgeries canceled. Cancer surgeries, organ transplants, surgeries for children, all canceled. And there have been hundreds and hundreds of deaths. I think every member of this House has heard from constituents who lost a loved one to COVID-19 in the fourth wave. I know that I have. We will be dealing with the legacy of the fourth wave for a long time to come, trying to reschedule surgeries, trying to support our exhausted and traumatized healthcare workers, but many grieving families will be dealing with the consequences of the fourth wave for the rest of their lives. We all know this, but the heart of the issue is this. The Premier was warned about the approaching danger weeks in advance, and he did nothing. I'm going to say that again. The Premier was warned about the approaching danger weeks in advance, and he did nothing. On behalf of all the Albertans who have suffered so much through this fourth wave, this legislature must hold the Premier responsible. I have many questions about the flawed decision-making that happened in May and June of this year. That's when the Premier and his office were cooking up their best summer ever idea. I have many questions about why the Premier told Albertans the pandemic was over. They scheduled a teardown of the test, trace, isolate protocols. I have questions about the Premier, that why he was so incredibly irresponsible to tell Albertans that there was no plan B if this unpredictable virus did something unpredictable. But here are some things we know for sure. We have the Premier's calendar from August through FOIP. His last work day was August 11, and the last thing he did on that day was take part in a COVID briefing. On that day, there were 501 new COVID cases and 138 Albertans in a hospital due to COVID. Then he went on holidays. As we have said many times, there is nothing wrong with going on holidays as long as you leave someone in charge. It is not clear if that happened or not, and we have asked the Auditor General to investigate this. There is almost nothing scheduled for the Premier during his holiday, which makes sense for a holiday. But there is a COVID-19 briefing on August 18, and another one a week later on August 25th. By August 25th, daily cases had more than doubled to 1,076, and hospitalization has doubled to 284. It was clear that there was a serious problem in Alberta, and it was getting worse every single day. I'm sure the Premier also saw modeling and forecasts that told him just how dangerous the situation in our hospital was becoming. So what did the Premier do after receiving that warning on August 25th? He did nothing. There's no emergency cabinet meeting, no meeting of the COVID cabinet committee, no conference call with senior public servant, not even a huddle with his senior political staff. On August 26th, the Premier went back to the beach in Spain, or wherever he was, and did nothing. He did nothing the day after that, and 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 so on. He didn't take any action for 10 days. The danger was obvious, and the Premier did nothing while case numbers soared. The crisis in our hospital deepened, and Albertans died. In September and October, there were more Albertans in hospital and in the intensive care unit than at any point before in the pandemic or at any time in Alberta's history. We were forced to call on Canadian forces in other provinces and the Red Cross to send help. The Premier is responsible for that. On that basis, this House must censure him. I imagine that many of the members opposite are well aware of what happened. One of them, I know for sure, the member for Calgary Fish Creek, wrote on Facebook on September 15, and I will quote him directly. We clearly had 30 days notice that a crisis was looming and nothing was done while we lacked any leadership at the helm. It will cost us lives, and I am gutted by the lack of responsiveness to unequivocal advocacy and clear warning signals. I'm frustrated, embarrassed, and angry that such defensible measures were not taken 30 days ago, but I will have to live with the solace that my outspoken internal advocacy finally bore fruit, albeit a day late and a few hundred ICU beds short. Actually, a few deaths as well he should have added. End quote. That was the UCP MLA for Calgary Fish Creek. A government member says there were clear warning signs in mid-August. He says that he himself spoke up and asked the Premier to act. Clearly, Premier refused, and hundreds of Albertans paid with their lives. I'm very interested to see how the member will vote this evening. So the question is, why did the Premier fail to take any action in August when all the evidence and all the professional advice clearly indicated that urgent and decisive action was necessary to save life? The answer is pretty simple. It's cowardice. The Premier is extremely unpopular in Alberta, and he's unpopular in his own party, in his own caucus. That's why he didn't act. By August 25th, it was clear to everyone that the Premier had been completely irresponsible. That's the day he should have faced the facts and taken action. But he didn't. That's why I'm asking the legislature to censure the Premier for the facts of what happened in the beginning of the fourth wave are well documented. The Premier's calendar is out in public now, and the case number, hospitalization number, and ICU admissions are also public record. And we know when Premier finally took action. A reasonable person can review those facts and see that the man who currently is our Premier failed to lead, and his failure to lead resulted in widespread human sufferings and hundreds of deaths. Those are the facts, and so this really should be a unanimous vote. But of course, there are still politics, but I hope that every member of this legislature reflects on what went wrong, reflects on what happened, reflects on what could have been done differently, and instead of just standing up with their Premier, stand up for their constituents who have lost loved ones, who have had their surgeries canceled. I hope that member will vote with their conscience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader caught my eye, as did the Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader, followed by the Member for Cypress Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honored to rise today and respond to the member from Calgary-McCall and his motion, the private member's motion 521. I suppose you could sum up my entire speech with simply saying, not a chance, but I will go into a little greater detail. I do appreciate that this member has some strong feelings on this motion and clearly articulated those in his speech, but I must admit I am not surprised that the NDP continues to focus their efforts on discounting the actions taken by the government during the COVID-19 pandemic. We see time and time again in their drastic claims that the UCP government has refused to act throughout the fourth wave of COVID-19. Now, I am here to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that that is patently false. It is undeniable that Alberta was hit hard with the fourth wave of COVID-19, the so-called Delta variant. But the reality is that countless jurisdictions across the world were also facing a rise in case numbers, hospitalizations, and ICU bed occupancies at the exact same time. Now, Mr. Speaker, our government has been clear since the beginning of the pandemic that we are focused on balancing the needs of the economy while also keeping vulnerable Albertans protected from the virus. Most recently, we have done this by implementing the Restriction Exemption Program, which has given millions of Albertans the ability to access restaurants, sporting events, and other large gatherings in a safe manner. The government of Alberta has consistently promoted vaccinations as the most safe and effective way to combat the COVID-19 virus. But I have made my points clear in recent days and even before that, that we should also be looking at the potential of including natural immunity in those measures. But since implementing the Restriction Exemption Program, we have seen Albertan vaccination rates climb up to 81% of fully vaccinated. And part of the restriction exemption program, Albertans are now required to prove their vaccination status with a QR code. This action brings greater security in protecting private medical information of Albertans, as well as making the process of verification more convenient for both customers and businesses. And as we've seen in other jurisdictions around the world, there is also ways to implement, again, natural immunity in such a program. Mr. Speaker, the actions taken by the government to promote vaccines, as well as the implementation of the REP, doesn't sound like examples of failed leadership to me. And certainly nothing is perfect in this world, but I can tell you that this government has made leaps and bounds to get as close there as possible, balancing the important needs of the economy, but also the demands of a healthcare system that is under siege from this virus. In fact, they sound like solutions put forward by a government that fulfills its promises in protecting lives and livelihoods in the province. Although hypothetical, the opposition has made very clear to Albertans that what kind of extreme measures would be forced to adhere to should they be sitting on this side of the House. Now, the United Conservative government is committed to a more level-headed approach in responding to the virus. Rather than following the NDP calls for extreme lockdowns and public health measures, we have not taken that direction. Mr. Speaker, I take my job very seriously as the elected representative for Cardston-Siksika. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why the official opposition can believe that Motion 521 serves Albertans in any way. The NDP claim that the member from Calgary-McCall has focused his time in government on trying to give all Albertans the best quality of life. I am very interested to hear an explanation on how Motion 521 does that. And regardless of the outcome, Motion 521 will not bring more jobs to Alberta. It will not make living in Alberta more affordable. It will certainly not bring more major investments to the province. So rather than debating frivolous motions like 521, the United Conservative government is more interested in focusing time in the legislature on Alberta's economic recovery. In the past few weeks alone, multiple announcements have been made regarding the increasing job numbers in Alberta, as well as the billions of dollars being invested in our province's economy. These announcements include a major petrochemical facility in the Greenview Industrial Gateway near Grand Prairie, which will be a $2.5 billion investment and create over 4,000 jobs during the construction, as well as 400 long-term jobs once the facility is in operation. Dow Chemical also announced that they will be building the world's first net zero carbon emissions ethylene and derivatives complex. Mr. Speaker, these announcements are a result of the attractive policy set forth by the current UCP government. Hear, hear. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, anytime there's ways or things to criticize on this side of the House, you hear the chorus coming from the opposition. But if it's something that we have done right by their standards, well, of course, it was their idea. We saw that today with the child care deal, where the member from Edmonton-Whitemud suggested that it was their deal. Mr. Speaker, last time I checked, $10 is less than $25. Furthermore, policies like the red tape reduction strategy, the petrochemical initiative program, the skills for jobs strategy, the natural gas strategy, flexibility in municipalities to offer property tax incentives, pre-approved regulatory zones, and investments in carbon capture and storage infrastructure have all helped make Alberta a magnet for this kind of investment. Alberta's tech sector is also seeing investment, such as Amazon's Web Services building their second Canadian hub in the Calgary region. This is a $4.3 billion investment, Mr. Speaker. It will create roughly 1,000 jobs and follows numerous other investments in Alberta's technology sector. In the month of October, 9,000 new full-time jobs were created in Alberta. The current unemployment rate is now lower than it was at any point during the pandemic. And Mr. Speaker, the United Conservative government is focused on getting Albertans safely back to work. On the flip side, the opposition is focused on censuring the Premier and his cabinet. Rather than discussing issues that would benefit Albertans, the NDP would rather spend time with a motion of no value whatsoever. I find it rather rich that the NDP would sit in this House and point out what they see as failed leadership, while in government, the members opposite did a tremendous job in demonstrating to Albertans that they had no interest in supporting the economy. Both debt and unemployment skyrocketed while the NDP were in office. That is a fact, and our united Conservative government is committed to safely getting all Albertans, to the safety of all Albertans, as well as balancing economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, I see no purpose, or rather, no way that this motion, 521, benefits Albertans. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I move, pursuant to Standing Order 8.4, that motions other than Government Motion 521 be moved to the bottom of the order paper under motions other than government motions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, pursuant to Standing 8.4, which reads the following. Before the mover closes debate on a motion under Suborder 3, a member may move a motion not subject to debate or amendment that provides for the motion under consideration to be moved to the bottom of that item of business on the order paper. The Honourable, the Deputy Government House Leader, has moved that motion other than Government Motion 521 be moved to the bottom of the order paper. All those in favour of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. members, pursuant to Standing Order 8.4, to move government motion other than government motion 521 to the bottom of the order paper. All those in favor, please rise.
The Honourable Mr. Schweitzer, the Honourable Mr. Copping, the Honourable Mr. Madu, the Honourable Mr. Panda, the Honourable Ms. Schultz, the Honourable Mr. Shandro, the Honourable Mrs. Savage, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mr. Taves, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, the Honourable Mr. Horner, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Ms. Armstrong-Homenuck, Mr. Turton, the Honourable Mr. Orr, the Honourable Mr. Luan, the Honourable Ms. Pond, the Honourable Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Yassin, the Honourable Ms. Furr, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Rain, Mr. Guthrie, Mr. Yao, Mr. Reid, Mr. Smith, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Newdorf, Mr. Williams, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Rosewell.
All those opposed, please rise.
Member Phillips, Mr. Sabier, Ms. Renault, Ms. Pancholi, Member Irwin, Mr. Nielsen, Ms. Sigurdsson, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Lowen, Mr. Barnes.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 40, total against 10.
Motion is carried and so ordered. The Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we adjourn the Assembly until 7:30 p.m.
All those in favor of the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader to adjourn until 7:30 p.m. please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Members, the division has been called on a motion to adjourn. All those in favor of adjournment, please rise.
The Honorable Mr. Schweitzer, the Honorable Mr. Madu, the Honorable Mr. Panda, the Honorable Mr. Shandro, the Honorable Minister LaGrange, the Honorable Mr. McIver, the Honorable Mrs. Sawney, the Honorable Mr. Wilson, the Honorable Mr. Glubish, the Honorable Mr. Horner, the Honorable Mr. Nicolaides, Mr. Turton, Mr. Amory, the Honorable Mr. Luan, the Honorable Ms. Pond, the Honorable Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Scow, the Honorable Mr. Nally, the Honorable Mr. Ellis, the Honorable Mr. Yassine, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Rain, Mr. Guthrie, Mr. Yao, Mr. Reed, Mr. Smith, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Newdorf, Mr. Williams, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Rosewell.
All those opposed to adjournment, please rise.
Member Phillips, Mr. Sabier, Ms. Renault, Member Irwin, Ms. Sigurdsson, Mr. Schmidt.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 33, total against 6.
Honorable members, that motion is carried and so ordered. The House stands adjourned until 7:30 p.m.